Hi friends, what's up? It's time to return to our regularly scheduled video games. Give me a second and let me get the game set up. Tonight we're gonna play some more Steins. I think I'm in chapter 6. Hold on, I'm gonna fix my headphones real quick. Oh shoot. I think it's chapter 6. I can't exactly recall. Hold on just a second though. Okay, cool, there we go. Anyways, hi friends. Like I said, tonight, chapter 6 for Steins. We left off on a pretty big cliffhanger. I'll try my best to summarize what happened in chapter 5. As soon as I can confirm that's the chapter that we were actually on. Frogging, thank you for the bits. Still don't have the game up. Still don't have Borderless up. Just a mess. There we go. Game up. Okay, cool. Which chapter were we on before I lie to you? Metaphysics Necrosis. Whoa, dang, Anonymous. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Dang. Greatly appreciated. So I wrote down some notes of everything that I remember happening in chapter 5. And they're kind of long, so here we go. So the main focus of the last chapter was they're upgrading the phone wave, name subject to change. And they are working on a time leap machine. We find out that Kurisu's actual focus is neuroscience, and she just does physics for fun. So they create a machine that reads the memories of an individual, compresses them, and transmits them back in time. And hopefully they get them on their phone and they get projected into their hippocampus with the fucking microwaves from the cell phone. And they do it. They actually make the time machine, and then they decide that the consequences of using it might actually be too dangerous to use. So they just decide to give it over to a research institution, and that's the end. Actually, no. As soon as the time machine's completed and they decide to hand it over, a group of mercenaries breaks into the workshop, kills Mayuri, almost kills Okabe and Kurisu, but in the last second, Okabe uses the time leap machine and sends his memories back to some time. I don't know exactly when, because I was crying. So that was the big plot. Some of the little details. We learned that the 42-inch CRT and the Brown Tube Workshop has been working as a lifter for the phone wave this whole time, and whenever it's turned off, they can't use the phone wave. We also learned that there's a direct line to CERN from the Akuba Workshop, and we don't know why yet. We learned, I think it was from Moeka. I don't think it was from Suzuha, but we learned that in the future, Kurisu is credited with inventing the first time machine, which should be incorrect. And then we find out that Suzuha is pretty much John Titor. She's been looking for her father, Beryl Titor, which also suggests that there's an actual real time machine in play. Don't know how yet, though. At the beginning of the chapter, Okabe has a weird dream where Mayuri visits him like 70 million years in the past. I don't know if that's related to anything, but I just kind of remembered it. I don't really remember what happened during that dream. Might be related to time leap memory stuff. I don't know. And also Okabe's personality quirks might be a result of the time leap. Maybe this is just a guess on my part. Because it says that there is a potential to alter one's memories, though they said it shouldn't affect personality and consciousness. But it could cause problems if you receive the memories of someone else. I don't know. But that's pretty much all of it. So let's continue. Let's see. Metaphysics, necrosis. Forgot the most important part, Lukaku. Oh, Lukaku was in chapter 4, I think. I think that's when that happened. Lukaku is important, though, because we do know that even though Lukaku's sex has been changed, things are still trending towards the ultimate goal in this timeline where CERN takes over the world. So even big changes 16 years in the past have had very little effect, which I guess gives credence to the attractor field theory that they were talking about. So there hasn't been a lot of divergence, I guess, yet to end up in the other attractor field. Anyways. Video game.
Mighty.
No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri's standing in front of a grave, gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her grandmother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri didn't answer. Back then, Mayuri wouldn't talk to anyone, not to me, not even to her parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intention so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her beloved grandmother. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I'd stand next to the sky-gazing Mayuri and call her name. But no matter how many times I'd call her, Mayuri wouldn't respond. The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day, too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through the gaps in the clouds, a stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt's rays, they're called, or sometimes the angel's ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. I caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it to the sky. Oh, it caught Mayuri's umbrella. Oops. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time, I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish.
どこにも行かせないぞ。連れてなんて行かせない。
I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were.
マユリは俺の人質だ。人体実験の生贄なんだ。
It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costume heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities.
どこにも逃がさないからな。
As I said this, I realized that Mayuri was shaking. She whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears. She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. And then Mayuri buried her face in my chest. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see, I can barely think. A terrible screech fills my head like feedback from a giant speaker. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. And there's more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain, and a terrible itching like my body's on fire. I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it. The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave, named subject to change, with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave, named subject to change. Since headgear's attached to it, it's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me more oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realize that it's coming from my own throat. I close my mouth and take a deep breath. The inside of my throat feels like it's burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice that I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys slowly. Something is off. It's like my body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. There's no disconnect this time. This is my body. A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Krisu's there. She stares at me perplexed. What's she talking about? I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times.
いや問題ない。
そうだったらさっさと出かける準備しなさいよ。買い出し行くんでしょ。
買い出し
For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。もう大丈夫だね。タイムリープしてもいいの？ねえ！
I remember now. I use the time leap machine.
未来の記憶を思い出すのよ。
That's right. What am I standing around for?
ここはどこだ？
は？
I grab Karisu's shoulder and pull her close.
今は何時だ？何月何日の何時何分だ？
痛い。落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか？買い出しって言ったか？
Which shopping trip is she talking about? Daru's sitting at his computer, staring at us wide-eyed.
ダル、今日は何日だ？今は何時なんだ
？13日の5時ちょっと過ぎだけど。
The 13th, a little past 5.
成功したのか？
Did I manage to leap or time leap in the middle of all that chaos? Did my memories really jump through time? Does that mean that I've leapt into my past self? Is there a chance that it was all a dream? Thinking back, forward, it doesn't seem real. Commandos breaking into the lab, it's like something out of a Hollywood movie. But the sight of Mayuri, broken and bloody, is burned into my eyes. I remember the smell of blood, the sound of the gunshot, the weight of the headgear on my head, the pain of the bullet tearing through my arm, Karisu screaming, Suzuha fighting to defend us. I remember it all vividly. I touch my arm. No bullet holes, no pain even. Was it all a dream? I don't know. I've never time leaped before. I can only hope that it was a dream. A future like that is too much to bear. I recall Mayuri's last moments and my eyes fill with tears. I force the tide of emotion back.
マユリは
I look around the lab. Karisu and Daru are here, but I can't find Mayuri.
マユリはどこに？
どこってルカシのところに行くってさっき言ってたじゃんか。オカリン聞いてなかったん？
That's right. Mayuri went to beg Lukaku to wear her costume. She won't return until it's time for the party. What do I do? What do I believe? Was it a dream? Or was it real? If it was a dream, then I don't have to worry about anything. If it was real, then I need to act now. I take a deep breath.
あれは夢だったんだ。あんなの現実に起きるはずがない。
It was a nightmare brought on by anxiety, that's all. There's no other logical explanation. I desperately persuade myself that it's so. Little do I know that I will soon regret my foolishness. Kurisu goes shopping alone. I stay in the lab with Daru, waiting for Mayuri to return. An innocent smile. Mayuri's alive. Nothing will happen to her. I was worried for nothing. When Suzuha arrives, we begin the meeting. I've heard these words before. Deja vu, a trick of the mind. Deja vu. Goddamn. The feeling of having experienced something before despite not having actually experienced it. It feels as if one is recalling a genuine past experience as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. However, the individual is unable to recall when and where the experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strangeness. The cause of deja vu has yet to be determined. One theory is that it's a physiological phenomenon caused by extremely rare temporary desynchronization of recollection and storage functions of the memory. The cause is theorized to be spasm in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity.
そうか。何か用事でもあったのか。
フェリスちゃんは今日はライネットの大会。
しまった。応援行きそびれた。なんという不覚。
あとね、ルカちゃんはなんだか恥ずかしそうにしてたよ。
ここに来たらまたマヨリのコスを着させられるって思ったんじゃない？
It's just like my dream. I've never remembered a dream this vividly before. I remember every word that was spoken.
コスプレの件か。もしかしてまだ説得できていないのか。
恥ずかしいんだって。可愛いは正義なのに。
可愛いは正義ってそんな言葉が流行ってるんだ。
クリスちゃんもね、可愛いよね。
え？
ねえねえ、今度のコビマに出てみない？新作は無理だけどね、去年作ったブラチューのセイラ覚醒後バージョンコスがあるんだ。多分ね、サイズはクリスちゃんにちょうど合うと思うし。
私がコスプレか。ちょっと興味ある。でも私も人前に出るのはお断りだから。
着るだけでいいよ。でもね、そのうちみんなに見てもらいたくなるよ。コスプレにはそうさせる魔物さんが住んでるんだ。そういえばクリスちゃんっていつも可愛い制服着てるよね。でもこんな制服都内にあったっけ？
これ2週間だけアヤメインに逆留学みたいなことしてたんだけど、そこの制服を改造してきてるの。
ああ、アヤメインなんだ。あそこの制服もともと可愛いもんね。でもクリスちゃんの改造センスはね、すごくいいかも。明日コス持ってくるね。そしたら試着してくれる？
いいわ。
撮影会は何時からですか？
相変わらず橋田は変態道を邁進中だな。
だってブラチューのセーラっしょ。あれって確かパンモロだぞ。
パンモロ？
パンツがもろに見えているの略。
嘘。
大丈夫だよ。クリスちゃんは知らないかもだけどね、去年ぐらいにこんな言葉が流行ったんだよ。パンツじゃないから恥ずかしくないもんって。
日本終わってた。
絶対来てね。絶対だよ。やめといた方がいいんじゃないかな。
Suzuha speaks, her tone sharp. She's scowling at Kurisu again. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room changes. I remember this too. I feel like I'm losing my mind here.
ナキセクリスを信じると痛い目に遭うよ。
それどういう意味？この前から思ってたんだけど、私あなたに何かした？
直接は何も。でも私、君のしたこと全部知ってんだよね。
何よ、私がしたことって。後ろめたいことは何もしてない。
だろうね。でも私知ってんだから。君の本質ってのをさ。
へえ、すごい。私の心の中を覗いたんだ。画期的な発明だから、ぜひその独身装置を見せてもらいたいもんだわ。
装置なんてないよ。強いて言うなら予言。
つまり言いがかりってことか。
事実だってば。おかり。
Mayuri clings to me with teary eyes.
二人を止めて。
Should I listen to Mayuri's plea, like I did in the dream? Knowing that I can't stop the fight, should I just let Mayuri handle it instead? I don't know. I can't move a muscle. Mayuri pouts, then goes over to the two girls.
二人とも聞いて。マユシーはね、喧嘩は嫌いなのです。仲良くしようよ。
Daru comes over to have a chat with Suzuha, and gradually peace returns to the lab. Karisu's in the development room making a call, probably to her mother in America. I sit on the sofa and watch TV while sipping Dr. P, but I can't pay attention to what I see on the screen. It doesn't enter my head. Mayuri sits down next to me. She peels a banana and begins eating it.
ねえねえ、オカリ。なんだかね、ここ何週間ですごく賑やかになったね。
Stop it. Why are you saying the same things as in that terrible dream? It was a dream and has to have been a dream.
楽しいね。
Mayuri smiles happily, not noticing my lack of reply.
あのね、ラボ面が8人に増えたでしょ。ちょっと狭くなってきたなってマユシーは思うんだ。まずね、椅子が足りないのです。買ってこなくちゃだよ。オカリンはお金ある？
I shake my head wordlessly. For some reason, I'm afraid to look Mayuri in the face.
じゃあ、マユシーのバイト代もちょっと出していいよ。あとはね、電子レンジ。新しいの買わないとジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンが温められないよ。 かりん大丈夫？元気ないよ。
いや、
体調良くないのかな。だったらね、休まなきゃ。横になる？膝枕してあげるよ。
そんな恥ずかしいことを。
Before I can finish, the television interrupts me with an urgent news bulletin. The subtitles read, Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, and Keihin Tohoku lines.
爆破テロ予告？
つうか全部秋葉原駅通ってるじゃん。マユシ帰れないんじゃね？
本当だ。家に電話しなくちゃ。
嘘だろ。
It's the same. Every last thing the same.
岡部倫太郎、一つ聞かせて。
It was a dream.
タイムリープマシンは完成してるんだよね。
It had to be a dream. But if it was a dream, then why?
聞いてる？
タイムリープマシンは完成してるけど。
そっか。私、用事思い出したからちょっと出かけてくる。
Suzuha leaves the lab without another word.
なんなの？彼女。
Does she know what's about to happen? Nothing's going to happen. The break-ins was a dream. But no matter how hard I try to convince myself of that, I can't shake the icy hand clutching my heart. I can't breathe. Even though it's hot and humid, my body shivers. I remember this feeling too from the dream. Did I choose wrong? Was I granted a second chance only to let it go to waste? A soft feeling against my fingers. I look down to see Mayuri's hand holding mine. When I look up, I see worry written on her face. I reflexively look toward the door. If the dream wasn't a dream, then any second now. It happens exactly as I remember. 5 men burst into the lab. Their movements are swift and, sure, professional, and each of them is carrying a gun. They spread out just inside the door and aim their weapons at us. I recognize each of them. There's no denying it now. I did leap through time. It was a future I remembered. I was supposed to change the present to stop the madness before the about to unfold. But I told myself that it was a dream and wasted my chance to save everyone. Silence. Time seems to grind to a halt. The men say nothing. Why didn't I do anything to change this? Wasn't that why I leapt through the time? The sound of heels echo down the hall. A woman is coming up the stairs. Kiryu Mueka. The woman who will kill Mayuri. The dream was real. Those were memories of the future. This is happening because I did nothing to stop it.
萌香さん、これって。
タイムマシンを回収させてもらう。
If I kill her first, will Mayuri live? I consider the option but soon give up. The real danger is the men behind her. 3 of them have assault rifles. They'll gun us down the instant I try anything. My only hope is for Suzuha to make her move before Mayuri's shot. Is there even a chance?
牧瀬クリス、岡部倫太郎、橋田至、3名については我々と一緒に来てもらう。抵抗は許されない。とにかく来て。
どこへ？
I have no words.
せめて理由と行き先を教えてほしいんだけど。拒否することは認めない。あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。手荒な真似はしたくない。3人とも一緒に来て。なんで3人なの？何を聞かれても答えるつもりはない。あなたたちはただついてくればいい。
ねえ、萌香さんはラボメン仲間だよね。
In reply, Moika pulls a gun from her belt and points it at us. It's happening again.
一緒に来てもらうのはあなたたちの口を封じるため。それは拒否しても変わらない。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上拒否するなら嫌でも行きたくなるようにするから。
Moika slowly raises her gun. She points the muzzle at.
椎名真由里は必要ない。
I try to shout stop, but my voice catches in my throat. Nothing comes out but a pitiful wheeze. I turn to Kurisu for help. Kurisu's staring at Mayuri. She looks as if she might try crying or start crying at any second. I turn to Daru. He's shaking. His lips move as if to speak, but nothing comes out. Someone, anyone, please, stop her. Stop Moika.
セルのために FP のためにセルのために FP の。
Oh, that's one thing that I didn't notice before, and that I was going to mention, is that we don't know who FB is. Her lips close tightly. A sharp, dry crack splits the air. Time slows to a crawl. Moika pulled the trigger. Blood spurts from Mayuri's forehead. It splashes across my face, wet and warm. Her delicate, frail body falls towards me. I catch her. Her body is limp like a puppet with no strings. Her head and arms dangle lifelessly. The smell of gunpowder fills my nose, and then the smell of blood. Daru clutches his head and falls to his knees, screaming at the top of his lungs. In my arms, Mayuri takes one long, ragged breath, and then... She's dead. Mayuri's dead. Again. Her face is covered in blood. Her blood stains my hands. It's warm.
もう一度言う。3人とも一緒に来て。これ以上の警告はしない。抵抗するならあなたたちも殺す。
I hear a voice, but I can't comprehend what it's saying. It's the same. I knew it would be. I let Mayuri die again, because I didn't believe my own memories of the future. I lay Mayuri down on the floor. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm so sorry. I stand up. Rage takes hold of me once again. I'm helpless to resist. I take one menacing step towards Moika.
岡部。
Krisu grabs my hand before I can take another.
ダメよ離せダメだってば殺されちゃう
Moika's gun is aimed at my head. Her finger is already on the trigger.
俺も殺すのかよ
抵抗するなら
岡部お願い今は従ってこのままじゃあんたも殺される
I grip my teeth and suppress my anger. Just then, something small and round strikes Moika's gun hand. She drops her gun. At her feet lies a small stone. The next events transpire exactly as I remember. Suzuha appears in the doorway, knocking down the first man before anyone can react. Then proceeds to dispatch the remaining men with a series of swift, precise maneuvers.
こいつ
The dark-skinned man, the last one standing, takes aim at Suzuha with his assault rifle, but before he can fire, Suzuha snatches a stunned attacker's gun and shoots him. Blood spurts from the man's hand. Without stopping, Suzuha delivers a soaring roundhouse kick to the man's jaw.
そこまでよ
Moika and Suzuha point their guns at each other. A standoff. Neither moves. Silence returns to the room.
何者
42
She glances at me.
テレビ
This time, I already know what she means.
点灯済み
I make a break for the development room.
動くな
それはこっちのセリフ
Krisu's right behind me. I grab the headgear and jam it onto my head without a moment's hesitation.
岡部私が
俺が飛ぶ。
でももし失敗したら
設定を頼む。
There's no time to argue. I grab Moed Snake from the shelf. Krisu bites her lip and starts setting up the X68000.
岡部倫太郎一人行って
殺せ使わせるんだ
Before the crew cut man enters the development room, I push the switch. White smoke instantly fills the room, rendering it impossible to see.
岡部本当にいいのタイムリープしてもいいのね
やれクリス。マシンを動かせ。
I see blue-white light shining through the smoke. The discharge starting. The lights rapidly grows brighter. The floor begins to shake. The singularity is open. I crouch down, holding the headset steady with one hand. This is reality. It wasn't a dream. I burn that fact into my mind as I prepare to time leap. One more chance. The shaking begins.
もう一度通ってくれ
Once more, the world explodes into light. I can't hear. It's like something's crushing my eardrums. Slowly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. My body convulses as if it's struck by lightning. I am Okabe Rintaro. I'm in the lab development room, standing in front of the time leap machine with my phone to my ear. My brain hurts again. This isn't like a headache, it's somehow deeper. With the pain comes a torrent of emotions, sorrow, longing, hope, joy that threatens to wash away my psyche. However, only one thing matters.
また飛べた。
I quickly returned to the lounge.
びっくりした。
I almost crashed into Kurisu.
脅かすなよ。
誰？今は13日の5時前か。
そうだけど。
Alright, time leap successful. I pat Kurisu on the shoulders, almost in an embrace.
お前は天才だ。
何よいきなり。気持ち悪いな。
I scramble for my phone.
マユシーです。
マユリ、今どこに？
ただいま電話に出ることができません。
It went to voicemail.
ピーってなったら伝言をどうぞ。
マユリ、今すぐ俺に連絡をくれ。分かったな。今すぐだ。
I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Moeka kills Mayuri. Everything's going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching her house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri.
岡部？目が血走っちゃってるけど、どうしたの？
Kurisu and Daru look at me with concern.
二人とも今すぐここから離れろ。
どういうこと？
I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have.
何よ。また中二病？
What do you miss? We used the time leap machine to leap 3 hours back in the past. Okabe had a little crisis and didn't trust his memories that got transferred over. So he went through a loop of what happened at the end of chapter 5. And then we went back in time again. Now, sure that the memories are real. And now we're trying to prevent Mayuri's death. And that's about it. Kurisu shrugs her shoulders, dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab.
岡部、どこ行くのよ。おい！
I run full speed to Yanabayashi Shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Lukaku standing alone with her bamboo broom.
ルカ子。
岡部さん、
She bows her head.
どうしたんです？
マユリはどこだ？
まゆりちゃんだったら、もう帰りましたけど。
帰った。
はい。後でまゆりちゃんにごめんなさいって伝えてくれませんか？
I think it's also helpful in demonstrating that using the time leap machine doesn't cause the past events to propagate or reconstruct after you time leap. So it's seated exactly the same moving forward, even with the memories sent to the past, being the big difference between time leap and using the phone wave for demail.
僕やっぱりどうしてもコスプレはできませんって断っちゃって、まゆりちゃんを悲しませたくはなかったんですけど、やっぱり人前に出るのは恥ずかしくて。
I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukaku's apologies.
マユリは帰ったんだな。
あ、はい。
That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. So what was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? I don't have time for this.
本当に帰ったのか。どこかへ寄るとは言っていなかったか。
いえ、聞いてませんけど。岡部さん、一体何が。
もしマユリがここに戻ってきたら、すぐに俺に電話するように伝えるんだ。
はい。
I better check the lab. We might have missed each other. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Kurisu go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer.
マユリは帰ってきてるか。
え、いや、
あいつどこへ。
I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think. But I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death.
オカリンさ、さっきからなんでそんなピリピリしてるん？
マユリの居場所を知らないか。
だからルカシのところっしょ？
いなかった。帰った後だった。
I start to pace in irritation.
じゃあ他のレイヤー仲間のところとか。
そのレイヤー仲間の連絡先を教えろ。
いや、知らんし。
Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside the lab. May Queen in the shrine, that's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist on this world line.
ああ、そういえば。
何か知っているのか。
携帯の電源が切れそうとか言ってたような気がする。
Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls.
なあ、一体どうしたん？
誰？なぜここに残っている？今すぐラボを離れろと言ったはずだ。
I sit on the sofa. I feel the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones.
理由もなしにそんなこと言われてもわけわからんつうか。一体何が始まるんですみたいな。
マユリが殺される。
は？
セルンが本気を出してきたんだ。あと2時間で奴らは襲撃をかけてくる。だからお前は逃げろ。
え、マジ？
クリスと連絡を取れるか。相手にもそう伝えるんだ。
あと2時間って、なんでオカリンはそれを知ってるわけよ。
Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time leap machine is sitting.
まさか使ったん？
I nod gravely. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promised to call Kurisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel, but a few minutes later she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself that everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moika's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should head off to Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I can think about what comes next after Mayuri's safe. The time leap machine doesn't matter. Moika can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri.
あれ
Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzuha and Mr. Brown have emerged from the Brown Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. Guess they're closing up shop. That's right, I forgot about Suzuha.
岡部倫太郎、そこで何してんの？
いや、
That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew something was going to happen. And finally, there's the business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is Amane Suzuha?
あ、わかっちゃった。今日宴会やるらしいから、その準備でしょ？
それを誰から聞いた？
椎名真由里、さっき顔見せて、ぜひ来てねって言ってたよ。つうわけで、私もお邪魔することに。
ダメだ。
もしかして、私邪魔だった？
いや、
まあ、私もラボ面にしてもらったとはいえ、所詮は部外者だしね。
そうじゃなくてだな。
んだよ、岡部。うちのバイトも仲間に入れてやれ。おめえはこいつに借りがあるんだろ。こいつのへそのおかげで、おめえらがビル揺らすのも一応許してやったんだからな。
へそって、おーい。
Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's properly dressed now.
このバイト、なかなかいいへそだったぜ。腹回りがしっかり鍛えてあって、キュッと引き締まってたな。
エロ親父、本人前にして語らないでよ。
今日の宴会は中止だ。だからバイト選手よ。悪いが今日は帰ってくれ。
中止なの？
ああ、すまない。
I attempt to smile, but with a little hope of success.
岡部、何をしてんのかともかく、いざとなったら無茶だけはすんなよ。
え？
It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loves CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building.
マユリと喧嘩をしましてね。ちょっと参ってるんです。それだけですよ。
That's the best lie I can manage.
あ、じゃあまずいんじゃない？
Blood.
だってほら、あそこに。
Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri.
あれ？喧嘩したんじゃないの？すごい笑顔だけど。
I ignore Suzuha and run to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33.
ちょっと、どうしたのよ。
I wasted precious time talking to Suzuha. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far from Akiba as we can.
オカリン、
I ignore her question and grab her hands.
走れ駅に行く。
あ待って荷物が。
構うな。とにかく走るのだ。
なんで。
いいから走ってくれ。
I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her, I won't. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forget that she's faster on her feet than I am.
ねえどこ行くの。
そうだな。とりあえず筑波が横浜あたりに。
I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulty she's having. How can she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? The sun is already set, but the sky is a mix of indigo and orange. We run through the streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it to the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going.
少しね休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな。
いや、電車に乗るまでは走り続けろ。
で
I do my best to keep up the pace.
もねオカリンすごい汗だよ。運動苦手なのにね無理すると。
When we reach the station, I realize that something's wrong. The station is packed, seriously packed. You don't see this many people even at rush hour. The crowd is milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one's going in. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA.
現在山手線、京浜東北線、総武線すべて運転を見合わせております。お急ぎのお客様には大変ご迷惑をおかけしておりますが、何卒ご理解のほど。
Finally, I realize my mistake. That's right, before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there's so many people standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid?
どうしたんだろうね。
All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grip on Mayuri's hand. But before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize that we're surrounded.
岡部倫太郎だな。
A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who broke into the lab.
オカリンこの人たち知り合い。
Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men.
一緒に来てもらおうか。
誰だ。
Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again.
抵抗するな、殺す。
セルンか。
They're with Moeka. She must have planned this in advance. A chill runs up my spine. We made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. I realize that now, though it's far too late.
これだけ大勢の人がいる中で殺せるのか。
冗談だと思わない方がいい。
I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Then it hits me. A gun. I gulp. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No, I can't give up. I won't let my Yuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The station is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now. I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd. I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we reach the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moeka's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? If we get on the Suhirocho station, we can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it. They're after us too. I turn to flee back towards the station, and there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped. Enemies on both sides. There's only one choice. I grab my Yuri and make for the nearby side street. I'm trying to get this to Suhirocho station without using the main streets. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course. Talking while running uses up all of my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see. Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead. I look back. The group from before us is chasing us. We're surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moeka said. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We're just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny little lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. Were we doomed from the start? No. No matter what, we must get away. Leading my Yuri by hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump up the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away, my body's racked with intense pain. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off, and my hand comes away slick with blood. I grit my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri's lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. No response. Mayuri's motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens and out steps
動きは止めたわ。
Kiryu Moeka. Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri.
岡部君。いえ、岡部倫太郎は確保。
She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us this whole time?
警察に連絡して。椎名真由里が死んだ。
She looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood.
なんで殺すんだ。
あなたが逃げるからよ。
くそ。
Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moeka. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moeka's dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I take a step. A sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. It doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save Mayuri. And look back at the site of the accident. Moeka is slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless on the road. It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go. Back to the lab. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Kurisu and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. I remembered to break into the brown tube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body is drenched in sweat and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry. It's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Sorry. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moeka hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out somehow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine?
当たり前だ。
I curse my weakness.
マユリが死んだんだぞ。
This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I'll save my Yuri whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leap machine. How did he make it back without confrontation and alive? Have you not been paying attention? It's because of the Steins Gate, fool. A screeching in my ears, needles stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. The pain of my wounds have vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. It looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until my Yuri's out of danger. I stand up and look around the lab.
マユリは
Kurisu, who was dozing off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice.
大声出さないでよ。徹夜明けなんだから少し休ませろ。
マユリはどうだ。
いきなりなんぞ。マユシならルカシのところ行くって言ってたじゃん。
Damn, she already left. I should call or send a mail. I need to get in touch with her somehow. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Think. Consider every possibility. Damn, why did I forget? Before I time leaped, I should have asked Mayuri where she was today. I'm not thinking straight, I have to calm down. Wait, I know. Last time we failed because we went to Akihabara Station. I should have known that CERN would be watching. This time, we'll take a taxi to another station, then hide somewhere until things calm down. For now, all I can do is wait for Mayuri to return. It's driving me crazy. I consider explaining the situation to Kurisu and Daru, but I still don't have the strength to do that right now. Besides, I don't want to get them involved. I'll take care of it myself. I won't let anyone more of my friends die. As before, the Brown Tube Workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr. Brown are leaving. We run through Kanda Myojin's back streets to Okanomizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We manage to make it to the station without being stopped, but when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the entrance. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Ochanomizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. I stared nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin, Tohoku, and Sobu lines are already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has 2. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations or on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the 3rd time that I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Does she really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want to so bad. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mayuri tilts her head quizzically. I realize that I'm staring at her.
あのね、オカリン。マユシーは聞きたいこといっぱいあるけど、今は我慢しとくね。
Third's a little confusing in the phrasing because they don't actually escape to anywhere in the first one, so I'm not sure if they are suggesting that there was another attempt that just wasn't talked about, or if it included the first.
なあ、約束する。
Mayuri smiles happily at the answer. That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get.
お前、ルカ子に会った後はどこに行っていた？
吹雪ちゃんからメールがあってね、マユシーのコスにちょっと問題発生しちゃってたのです。糸がほつれてるところがあったんだ。それを直しに。
吹雪ちゃんというのはどこに住んでいる？
住んでるっていうかね、今ちょうど UPX のスタベまで来てたのです。
So that's where she was. Just then an announcement plays on the PA system. The subway's resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here that long, but it's okay. Right now, Moeka should be in Akihabara, heading to the lab. Everything's going to be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Uehara? It'll be a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement. Our train's arriving. I can hear the rumbling. I see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side, empty. The roar comes closer.
今日のパーティー。
Mayuri's saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train.
中止になったけど、絶対にいつか。まゆりお姉ちゃん。
Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance, as if she stumbled, or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. Tiny, adorable, a cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Tanoju Nae. She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. She stares at me for a few more seconds, as if waiting for me to say something, then turns away and runs. The platform's in chaos. The PA informs us that there's been a personal injury accident. Nai's already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. On the side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moika's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last, it's ready. Now, take me back. The leap occurs instantaneously. Tider claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behavior, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Mayuri singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken `1. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the time leap machine. I was right to come back 5 hours. Mayuri is still in the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts, but I force myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. This time, it happened in Shin Ochanomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tanoji Nai pushed her onto the tracks, where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nai be working for CERN too? No, that can't be right. Nai has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She was probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I'll do whatever it takes to find a way. Hold on a second. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back and then we'll continue. See you in a minute. Okay, there we go. I hope you enjoyed the street ASMR. I'm back. This time we hail a taxi on Chodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I consider taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Moeka's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I asked the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, the traffic is unusually heavy. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an disruption up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate it'll take forever to reach Shinagawa. I considered getting off here and taking the train, but I remember what happened at Shin Ocha no Mizu station. I have a bad feeling about this. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. 3 hours later, we're still stuck. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection, and a small fight broke out in the inspection site or something. To make matters worse, the road has already been closed off, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. There are only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I'd known it was going to turn out like this, I would have ditched the taxi hours ago. It's not too late. I should pay the driver and get off right. Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi is stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, but before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in next to Mayuri. He's holding a knife. Another assassin. Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open the door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it from the inside. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. It all happens too fast. The man sinks his knife into Mayuri's chest. A bright red spot stains her clothes. Another man gets into the passenger seat. He points a gun at the driver and says something to him. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes slowly close. A tear rolls down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. They killed her again. Why? Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided that Mayuri must die? Moeka, CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. He falls back. I shout to the driver. I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. After running for hours, I make it back to the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is still there. I have to leap again. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her?
こと？
Mayuri's blank stare is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. When asked why, I explain that someone's going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now, but without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. It's past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Ochanomizu or Shinbashi again, and maybe this time she won't die. But I don't have the courage to try those routes again. At the same time, we can't stay in Akiba. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, and taxis, all out. Attempting to escape by those means will get Mayuri killed. That's what my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die a half-dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. We take refuge in Yodobashi Camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7, we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobashi goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts "terrorist" and pulls his gun. This can't be happening. This isn't America. Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Mayuri dies. It happened so fast. The policeman shoots her right in the head. I don't know if it was a real policeman or a CERN assassin in disguise. It doesn't matter. I can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. This time, I don't leap into action immediately. Instead, I sit on the couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect. Why does Mayuri die? At first, I thought that it was Moeka and her hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. At Shin Ochanomizu Station, she died because Nae pushed her off the platform. CERN had nothing to do with that. It was an accident. Each time I leap, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour, and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more, John Titor. But he's not replying to my emails anymore, and he hasn't posted on an @channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's a real time traveler. I decide not to run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. Strike first. I send Moeka an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the roof of the Radicon as our meeting place. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crashed, but it's still there and the building's still closed. I don't know. It's easy to view it from a safe third-person perspective, but I guess if you were being murdered by fate, had a multinational kill squad chasing you down for hours and hours, and watching your friends die multiple times, you might forget a couple things, I guess. Crisis is hard. Not that there's any sneaking to do. I just walk in through the front door like I belong there. No one questions me. Bro, I freak out when I have to go out for groceries. Last time I came here was for Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me that this is a dangerous gambit. Moeka might have a gun and I already know that she's willing to use it. But then, I don't intend to play fair either. We're supposed to meet at 5:30. It's just after 5. I came early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Moeka makes her entrance alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. It's not real. It's future gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a bluff, but all I could prepare on such short notice. I run up behind Moeka and shove the bit particle gun into her back.
動くな。両手を上げろ。
Just like a Hollywood movie. But this isn't a movie. This is real. And she isn't an actress. She's a murderer. After Moeka raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying a gun. I take it from her and press it to Moeka's back in place of the bit particle gun.
残念だったな。最初の銃はおもちゃだ。話を聞きたい。お前がセルンの資格であることは分かっている。
なぜ？
知りたいのか？知りたいのかよ！
My frustration and rage boil over. Because of her, Mayuri.
俺はタイムマシンで未来から来た。冗談だと思っているのか。だが俺はすでに4、5回は同じ時間を繰り返してきた。
I've lost count of how many times exactly. And I haven't slept at all the entire time. Strangely, I'm not tired at all.
だからこれからお前たちが何をするかも知っている。7時過ぎに電車が止まる。爆破予告のせいでな。
Moeka gasps. So it was their doing.
お前と仲間たちが今日ラブを襲撃することも知っている。そこでお前がマユリを殺すこともだ。
私が
理解したか？俺がタイムリーパーだと。
Moeka nods faintly. I could kill her now. It'd be easy. But no, I need information.
お前たちはセルの何なんだ？
ラウンダー。
Moeka answers with surprising obedience. I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem depriving others of theirs.
ラウンダー。一体どういう組織なんだ？セルンとの関係性は？
メールで。
ダメだ。口頭で説明しろ。
ラウンダーはセルンとは別組織。公には出てこない。そういう扱い。
秘密の傭兵部隊か？
違う。IBN5100。その情報収集と回収のため世界中に散らばってそれを集める。
IBN 5100s. That's right. When I met her, she was looking for an IBN 5100. These days, they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down?
ラウンダーの規模は？答えろ！
知らない。 まただから
So she's not important enough to be told.
俺が手に入れた IBN5100 を盗んだのもやはりお前だな。
Moika doesn't answer.
なぜ IBN5100 の情報をハッキング対策か。
機密保持最も優先すべき事項だからセルンの
一体何が隠されている。タイムトラベルの人体実験やその実験で何百人と殺しているという情報は普通の PC でもハッキングで見ることができた。 IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースにはそれ以上の極秘情報があるというのか。
知らない。
末端だからか。
My tone is sarcastic, Moika nods. Damn, she's useless.
なぜラボを襲った。いやお前にとってはこれから襲うか。
分かっているはず。
セルへのハッキングをしたからか。
理由は3つ。1つは知ったから君たちが知ってはいけないこと。
So CERN did know about the hacking.
それとタイムマシン君たちが作った。
They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize time machine or time travel technology.
決定的だったのは君たちがそのタイムマシンを世間に公表しようとしたこと。
How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. That was only a few hours ago.
だから全員を拘束。
拘束。マユリを殺したではないか。
あの子は必要ない。
Unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger.
タイムマシンを作ったのは君とマキセと橋田だから。あの子は殺しても構わない。そう言われた。
俺たちを拘束してどうするつもりだった。
セルンの施設に監禁してタイムマシン実用化の研究を。
そうやってこれまでにもセルン以外のタイムマシン研究を潰してきたんじゃないか。
私は回収しろと言われただけ。
お前のことを一瞬でも仲間にした俺が間違いだった。
セルンのためすべて FP の命令すべて何でもやる。 FB の指示なる。
FB. Is that the name of her supervisor?
岡部君君なのジョン・タイターは。
何。
John Titor.
考えられない君しか。
Me.
何をバカな。
I dig the gun into Moika's back.
それより死にたくなかったら今すぐにお前の仲間とそれと FB とやらに連絡しろ。ラボ襲撃は中止だと。
Moika shakes her head.
そんな権限ない。
知ったことか。権限がなかろうが何とかするんだ。でないと殺す。
I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling just like Moika's were before she shot Mayuri.
なんで殺したんだ。
She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger, but she did.
お前もあんなことしたくなかったんだろう。なのになんで。
私は従うだけ。 FB に。
だったらその FB とかいうやつをここに連れてこい。
Moeka shakes her head again.
だからそっちの事情なんて知ったことじゃないと。
無理なら FB に会ったことは。
Something hard stabs into my back. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me.
銃を捨てろ。
A man's voice. Is he with Moeka?
汚いぞ。キリュウモエか。
I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood.
二人だけで会うと約束しただろう。
Moeka doesn't answer.
いいから銃を捨てろ。
タイムマシンは渡す。だから誰も殺すな。
だとしても。
Even though I'm still pointing the gun at her, Moeka steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, her expression unreadable.
監禁して二度と出されない。
Moeka takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist.
頼む。ハッキングのことを謝るから。誰も殺さないでくれ。
Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out instantly, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps in.
ターゲット B を確保。開始を頼む。
Deep down, I knew I can't save my Yuri. Even if Moeka's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. That's the choice of Steins Gate. Steins Gate. There's no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Steins Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force that no one can resist. It exists and it sentenced my Yuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. The windows are coated with black film, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. I recognize him from a previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed my Yuri in the taxi. The man seems to notice that I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say that there's no hope of escape. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. We're close to the lab. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including my Yuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. But that doesn't mean that she's safe. If I don't do something, Moeka's going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? CERN can have the machine, if it'll save my Yuri. The problem is that it won't. Not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying to fix things. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. But if I lose the machine, then the future is decided. A future without my Yuri. I have to get to it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be alright. My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I somehow manage to knock down the man guarding me and escape. My chest and neck are covered with blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely feel any pain. I can still move. That's all that matters. I run up the stairs with my hands still tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the time leap machine quickly enough. Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are in the lab. So are Moeka and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me in surprise. When she sees my tattered body, Mayuri runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait. I try to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Moeka take aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them. I try to cover Mayuri with my body. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me back. I watch, helpless, as Mayuri's tiny body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine. But I can see that they've already lost their light. She's gone. Again. 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 What happens next is the same as before. Suzuha defeats the Rounders and Kurisu helps me time leap. A flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab. It's just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moeka's attack. If only we had never built the phone wave. If only we had never sent those D-mails. Perhaps the future might be different instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change it if I broke it? Just smashed it into pieces right here. In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. Just as I'm about to bring it crashing down on this infernal machine, a voice cries out. Kurisu grabs my arm and pulls me back. I lowered the chair slowly. Not because Kurisu told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I really did break the machine. It caused, or will cause, Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it is also my only chance of averting the future. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed my hand. I can't deal with this. Not now. I flee from the lab. I don't have a particular destination in mind. People look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from the grave. Soon, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. I get about halfway across the bridge and squat down on the concrete. The giant screen on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast along with the date and time. I realize that today is Friday the 13th. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. The lights around Akihabara Station turn on one by one as the sun sets. The moe might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms wound around each other. Somehow, they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? Mayuri's about to die.
そこの地べたに座ってるドキュン男。
I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there.
いきなり飛び出したと思ったらこんなところにいたか。
なあクリスティーナ、
何よ。
今何時だ。
5時38分。ねえ、そんなところでドキュン行為してる暇があったら買い出し付き合いなさいよ。
Shopping. Oh, right. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket. And then we talked on this bridge just like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen.
どうなの？買い出し来るのか来ないのか。
I sighed deeply. I don't believe that it was wrong to time leap. However,
クリス、
I keep my eyes lowered.
初めてまともに名前呼んだな。
I feel her eyes on me.
助けてくれ。
I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now. Oh shit, the main character's in chat! Shit, dude! Why don't you jump in the game and tell him what to do? Reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time, has taught me one important lesson. Alone and powerless. Alone, I have no hope.
助けてくれ。
話して。あんたがタイムリープしたのは分かってる。
何？
I look up in surprise. Kurisu doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down at the plaza with her usual frown.
あんたに誰かから電話がかかってきたと思ったらいきなり表変したから。私の目はごまかせない。
3時間後から来た。
何があった？
マユリが殺された。
I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explain about CERN and Moeka and about how Kurisu herself activated the time loop machine and made this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, and I can't save her no matter how hard I try. I keep talking for 30 minutes straight. Oops. During that time, Kurisu hardly says a word.
すべて俺の責任だ。
Talking to Kurisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen.
セルンにハッキングしろなんてダルに頼まなければよかった。タイムマシーンを作ろうなんて言い出さなければよかった。モエカをラボメンになんかするんじゃなかった。マユリが死ぬのはすべて俺の責任なんだ。
That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. And yet my resolve was already crumbled.
そんなまずいことが起きようとしてるのに あんたはなんでここでぼんやりしてるの？
Kreese's tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Hoenn Kyoma?
わからなくなったからだ。
わからないって何が？
マユリを助ける方法が。
あんたの話を聞いた限りじゃ、時間順序保護仮説は本当だったってことになるのかな。
何をしてもどうやってもマユリが死んでしまうんだ。
だからタイムリープを延々と繰り返したか。タイムリープマシンは理論上絶対安全だと証明されているわけじゃない。
Kreese lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem.
これまでは何事もなく成功してたかもしれないけど、繰り返し使うことでどんな影響が出るかもわからない。もしかしたら時間の輪、つまり因果率から外れるかもしれない。あんたはそんな危険を冒してるの。そのことを自覚して。
因果率から外れるとは。
SF 小説によくあるでしょ。閉じた時間の輪の中で永遠にさまよい続けるってこと。永久に年は取らないけど、永久に同じ日からは出られなくなる。最悪の場合、なかったことにされる可能性だってある。
What?
存在の抹消。あんたの18年だか19年だかの人生の痕跡すべてをあらゆる人間が最初から知らなかったことにされるかも。時間を飛び越えることはそれだけ危険なのよ。
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。
Kreese looks surprised.
ハイデガーね。私も今その言葉を言おうと思ってた。
お前から教わった言葉だ。
いつ？
俺はもう何度もタイムリープしている。
あ、なるほど。
Kreese squats next to me, thinking deeply.
あんたの話が本当だったとして、マユリを助けたい気持ちは私だって同じよ。でもタイムリープマシン制作に関わった人間の一人として、あれを何度も使うことは勧められない。あんたはそれでももがく。
俺は
I can't do it alone. I know that now.
だからお前に助けを求めたんだ。もがくために、マユリを助けるために。俺一人じゃダメだったが、クリスの協力があれば何とかできるかもしれない。できると信じたい。力を貸してくれ。
Kreese sighs.
無茶しやがって、バカ。あんた壊れててもおかしくなかったんだからね。
Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed.
協力はする。マユリは大切な仲間、ラボメンだから。
Hey, how's it going?
それにあんたのそんな辛そうな姿見てられない。
すまない。
謝らないでよ。岡部、前に私の父親のことで相談に乗ってくれたでしょ。あの時私結構救われたんだ。だから今度は私があんたの力になる。あんたの力になりたい。 それで一緒に青森まで行ってもらわないと。
She smiles a wry but gentle smile as if I were her mischievous younger brother.
止めたってタイムリープする気なんでしょ。何しろあんたは狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。いつだって独善的に生きてきたんだから。ちょっとそこは無論だわっはっはっはみたいに答えなさいよ。
そうだな。
調子狂うな。
Kreesu's right. I'll do anything to save my Yuri. Kreesu stands up and looks at her watch.
さて、もうあまり時間もないから、これからあたふたするよりもっとじっくり対策を練った方がいい。
つまり
今からもっと前の時間に飛んでおく。
Oh, okay.
そこで改めて私に事情を説明して。
Kreesu's right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random, and look where that's gotten me. I need a real plan if I'm going to save my Yuri.
行こう。
Kreesu stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. My Yuri and Daru were already back when we returned to the lab. Suzuha is there too. To get rid of them, Kreesu and I explained that we forgot to do shopping, so could they please take care of it for us. I have to cough up the money to convince them to go, but it works.
マユリ本人はともかく橋田にも話さないの？
必要になったら話す。
For now, it's not, and I don't have time to explain. While Kreesu sets up the time machine, I head downstairs to the Brown Tube workshop, kick the door open, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. It's highly illegal, of course, but I'll leap long before the cops get here. Kreesu looks shocked when I return to the lab.
住居侵入罪で逮捕されるわよ。
どうせ過去に戻れば今のはなかったことになる。
Kreesu hands me the headgear and I put it on.
そっか。あんたの主観じゃそうなるわけだ。私の主観だとどうなるんだろう。あんたが飛んだ後、ここはどうなる？
そのデータもすぐに取れる。
My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from my experience. But what about the body I leave behind? If time is a straight line, then it's likely that the present will be reconstructed based on my actions in the past. But if the many-worlds interpretation holds, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving my Yuri. Kreesu's fingers stop typing on the keyboard.
どうした？
考えたら思考がループしちゃってた。
D メールのような状態になるかもしれない。
The instant we send a D-mail, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner, only I remember what it was like before the change.
その方が楽だけど悔しくもある。
データを観測できないからか？
Yeah, I guess it really depends on the machinations of time. And there's no real way to tell. I'm under the assumption right now that using the time leap machine just moves you back on the existing world line. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it just creates a duplicate world line and the current one continues while you go back to the previous. It doesn't matter.
そういうこと。
Kreesu nods and begins tinkering with the settings again.
転送先は5時間前にしておいた。つまり 午後1時40分くらい。覚えてる？私がタイムリープマシーンを完成させたのは2時過ぎだった。
If they were the same, you'd be forced to act the same way, right? I don't think so. I think it's still seated the same way. I think everything is still moving towards the same ultimate goal of the timeline. So the individual states will eventually end up kind of in the same place. So you'll end up mostly in the same spot. But I don't know yet. Barely. I would think if the world line duplicated and Okabe got left behind after kicking in the door, I imagine nothing significant enough would happen to change the eventual outcome of this hold on, brain work. Oh. Maybe it's been weeks. Fuck it, I'm not gonna talk about it. No, this attractor field. That's what I meant. This attractor field that we're in. So eventually everything is going to narrow down to that same point, and nothing can really happen that will diverge enough to get away from the goal of CERN taking over. So I don't think anything would happen to Okabe, because I think he's too important in this attractor field. So I don't think it matters.
感謝しなさいよ。私は時計をよく見る癖があって、何時に何があったかは結構覚えてるの。
Krisu finishes typing and turns to face me.
いい、岡部。タイムリープマシンを使うなら、これだけは覚えておいて。携帯電話は絶対に手放さないこと。それはあんたの生命線、局所場指定のマーカーなの。それさえ持ち続けていれば、どの時間へも跳躍はできる。
Yeah, they talked about them with Tighter.
でももし手放してしまって誰かに使われたら。
Then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next.
あるいは充電が切れたり壊されたりしたら。
Then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, then I can get a new phone with the same number, but there will still be a period of time to which I can never leap.
タイムリープは成功しない。だから絶対に携帯を手放しちゃダメ。
了解だ。
今日の昼間にタイムリープしたら、2時に私がマシンを完成させるまでは、あんたは特別なことはしてはいけない。これが完成しないと、きっとこの時間までの流れが大きく変わってしまう。
What if that's why Moeka never lets go of her phone?
完成したらすぐに実験はしないって宣言して全員解散させて。それから私に声をかけてくれればいい。未来から来たって言われれば多分私は信じる。
なんでわかる？
私のことは私が一番よく知ってる。
Krisu grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing.
そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。さっきあんたからタイムリープしてきたって言われた時は自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって思えた。何の疑問もなくね。
see.
念のためにキーワードを決めておきましょう。私の今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
に
あ、いや別に意味なんてないからな。
マイフォークが欲しいのか？
マイスプーンはもう持ってるからって、そこに興味持つな。はいはい、準備できた。いつでも行ける。
I nod and call up the phone wave, name subject to change.
気をつけて。私はいつだってあんたの味方よ。
Krisu touches my shoulder, then steps away. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand, needles in my brain, a whining in my ears. These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on TV. In about 15 minutes, Krisu will finish the time leap machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize that my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Brown in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri's at her sewing machine working on her costume. Daru's at his computer collecting moe artwork from the internet. Kreesu's in the development room upgrading the time leap machine. I sit motionless as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops.
おかりおかり、ちょっと来て。
Mayuri shows me her costume.
これをね、持っててくれないかな。こうしてピローンって広げて。
まゆし、今のビローンもう一度。
ピローン。
ビローンいただきました。
もうやだこの変態。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves.
ありがとう。
Mayuri looks a little tired. She was working on this costume all night. But then she smiles brighter than the sun.
できた。
I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember.
クリスちゃんより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。
負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。でもこっちももう終わりよ。
Kurisu finishes connecting the two cords she's holding.
完成。
Alright, that's my cue.
実験はしない。
Crap, was that too soon?
いきなり全否定とか。私が何のために苦労して作ったと思ってんのよ。
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。その点についてじっくり検証したい。
あんたにしてはまともな意見だな。
何が問題なのかな。完成したんじゃないの？
詳しくは後日説明する。今日はみんな疲れているだろうから解散にしよ
う。完成祝いにちょっとでもパーッとやったりしないの？
それも後日だ。
I managed to convince Daru and Mayuri to leave. I lend Mayuri my phone charger since we use the same brand of phone. Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back.
何？
不満か？
ええ。
Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications.
俺は5時間後から来た。
Kurisu spears me with a piercing glare.
何の冗談？
Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill.
睨むな。お前言っていることが全然違うではないか。何が未来から来たと言われれば多分信じるだ。
は？何そのバカっぽいセリフ。
5時間後のお前が言ったんだぞ。
捏造しないで。私が多分信じるみたいな論理性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
I'd like to have a word with future Kurisu. If this is how you're going to be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は何の疑問もなく自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって思えたとも言った。そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
私はそんなのだぜみたいな話し方しない。
お前が今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
Kurisu's face suddenly turns red.
マイスプーンはすでに持っているそうだな。
そんなことまで話したのか？恨むぞ、5時間後の私。
She appears genuinely shocked for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now.
心の中を覗き見されたような気分よ。しかもよりによって岡部にと。
What does she think I'm going to do?
でもあんたの言うこと信じてよさそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
I explain everything to Kurisu again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。あんたの言うことが事実ならかなりまずい状況だな。
There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then.
5時間後の私は時間順序保護仮説かもって言ってたらしいけど、それともちょっと違う気がする。あの仮説は因果率が狂う恐れがあるからタイムトラベルの可能性は量子論により否定されるっていうものよ。でもタイムリープの場合タイムパラドックスはそもそも起きない。
Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can't cause a grandfather paradox.
やはり世界の意志だ。宇宙そのものが検閲をするかのように、俺が歪ませた地上の修正を行っているとしか思えない。
だとしたらタイムリープじゃマユリは救えないっていうことになる。何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
そんなのは認めない。
同意するわ。世界の意思説は非現実的すぎる。私は支持したくない。
多世界解釈ならどうだ。マイリが死なない可能性を観測できれば解決だ。
多世界解釈か。マユリの死に方がいつも違うっていうのは関係あるのかな。でも重ね合わせ状態になっているいくつもの可能性世界は相互観測が不可能なのに、あんたはどうして観測できてるの？
それはこの俺の特殊能力であるリーディングシュタイナーが。
ダメだこいつ、早く何とかしないと。
他に説明のしようがない。
特殊能力ってあんたね、もしかしてそれ本気で言ってたのか？
ふざけているつもりはないぞ。
Our D-mail experiments prove that I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability that only I seem to possess.
特殊能力だかなんだか知らないけど、そんな不確定的なものを頼る気にはなれない。だいたいどの可能性を観測するかを制御しようがないんだから、多世界解釈だろうがなんだろうが、マユリが死なない可能性に至るのは無理よ。
待て、これでは話が進まないではないか。解釈の話はいいから、俺たちにできることを考えるべきだ。
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。さっきそう言った。
じゃあどうするんだ？
落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか？俺が一体何度マユリの死を目の当たりにしたと思ってるんだ。あいつが無残に血を流して生き絶えていくのを俺は目の前で何度も見ていたんだ。何度も見ていることしかできなかったんだ。
I hear my teeth grinding in my skull, recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness. Makes me want to lash out at everything within reach.
感情に身を任せてたって何も解決しない。
当事者じゃないからそんなに冷静でいられるんだろ
う。そうね。私には5時間後のことはわからない。正直なところ実感が湧かない。でもあんたの言ってることを信じてないわけじゃない。岡部がしっかりしなきゃ。
Krisu pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her.
悪かった。
She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm down.
そもそも原因が違うのに必ず同じ結果に至るというのが消せない。因果が歪んでいるとしか思えない。
マユリの死の原因は桐生萌香が発砲するじゃなくて、もっとマクロなことなんじゃない？タイムマシンを作ったことか、あるいはセルンにハッキングしたことがバレたことあたりね。その結果としてマユリが死ぬ。そう考えるなら因果は歪んでないって言える。
苗に背中を押されて電車にひかれるのもそれで説明できるのか？
あ、そっか。でも因果律は絶対のルールなのよ。それを否定したら全ての物理学も否定されてしまう。だから必ずマユリが死ぬのには原因がある。
その原因さえわかるならなんとかなるかも。
そうでもない。
どういうことだ？
その原因となる出来事がいつ起こったというのが問題になってくる。あまり時間が経っているようだと対処できないわ。
タイムリープマシンがあるから携帯電話を持っている時代の範囲内ならどこへでも戻れるはずだろう。
戻れない。予測だけどタイムリープマシンは一度に最長で48時間しか跳躍できないと思う。
48 hours. I can only go back 2 days.
なぜ今さらそんなことを？
今さらってタイムリープマシンが完成したのはついさっきじゃない。
That's true.
5時間後のお前も言わなかった。
あ、そういうことか。言い出すタイミングがなかったのかも。
で48時間しか飛べない理由は？
わからない。 私もマシンの全ての原理や構造を理解して作ったわけじゃないから。連続での跳躍は可能よ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りね。例えば10年後までタイムリープマシンが壊れずに残っていたのなら、10年の時間を遡ってくることはできる。単純計算で1825回タイムリープする必要があるから、かなりのリスクになりそうだけど、とにかく理論上は可能なの。
だったら何も問題は。
大あり。言ったでしょ、タイムリープマシンが存在している限りって。あのマシンはいつ完成した？
あ、
そう、ほんの1時間前、2010年8月13日の午後2時ぐらい。それ以前には存在していない。マシンを使うのは今日の2時以降じゃないと不可能なのよ。
つまり過去方向へは
Count 48 hours back.
8月11日の14時までしか行けないと。
Kurisu nods, her expression grave.
おそらく。
改良できないのか？
将来的にできるかもしれないけど、今のこの状況じゃ無理。もっときちんとした設備のあるところでお金をたくさん使ってきちんとしたパーツを使えばなんとかなるかもしれないけど、それをやろうとしてもどうせセルンに潰されると思う。未来の私かあんたが未だにタイムリープしてきていないという回で証明終了かな。
So basically,
結局何もできないということではないか。タイムリープマシンがあっても5時間後にマユリがセルに殺される運命は結局避けられないのかよ。
at that moment, I heard a sound from outside the window. What? Is it Moeka? Did she overhear us? I dashed to the window and looked down at the street. It's Suzuha. Her bicycle has fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet. Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here.
What?
I call out to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. She's acting strange. I smell a conspiracy. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behavior, though not as much as Moeka has. She's openly hostile toward Kurisu, and she's been able to take down CERN's hit squad single-handedly. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Could he be the John Titor who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Beryl Titor? Instinct tells me that she knows something. Yeah, dude, why didn't you read the script for the fucking game? Why didn't you watch the anime beforehand like me and know what to do? I dash out of the lab.
ちょっとどこ行くの?
I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Brown Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. But when she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha is already out of sight, but when she left, she was headed for Chodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should just try calling her. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. On the day she failed to meet her father, she disappeared without a word. Just an email saying bye. I searched the town, but I couldn't find her, so I sent a D-mail to change the past in order to make her stay. I'm pretty sure I lost her near the station back then. What happened on that timeline? Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? I search up and down Chodori, but find no trace of Suzuha or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akiba. I combed the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap and press her for answers before she can escape. I better get back to the lab. I start walking away from the station, but just then, the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. The satellite embedded on the roof of the Radicon. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up too. The lights on the satellite are blinking. Is someone inside? Who? The satellites remain silent through all of my previous time leaps. What's changed? Obviously, the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu. Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radicon. Suzuha must be up there. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. What is she trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. I check online. No satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. Is it possible? It's impossible for one to land in such a perfect condition. So what is it then? A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. The elevator and the escalator aren't operating, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. My lungs gasp and my legs burn, but I force my body to carry me to the top. There's the satellite lodged in Radicon's roof. I notice wires holding it in place. The police must have done it so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Suzuha! The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her, I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 2010-08-13. And below that, 1975-08-13. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burned. She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. Those sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. I swallow hard, then ask the question.
タイムトラベラーなのか。
With her head hung low, Suzuha nods.
私がジョン・タイターだよ。
Oh, John Titor's real cute. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers.
お前がジョン・タイターとはどういうことだ。
そのまんまの意味だよ。アットチャンネルに書き込んでたジョン・タイターはさ、私なの。
男だと思っていた。
Suzuha smiles humorlessly.
まんまと騙された？カムフラージュの意味もあるんだよね。
何から隠れようとしていた。
セルン。
ジョン・タイターとして書き込んだことはもしかして。
そう。一部を除いてほとんどが事実。
It's those exceptions that bother me.
お前は2036年から来たというのか。あの人工衛星、いやタイムマシンに乗って。
本当は正体明かさないままでいようと思ったんだけどさ、よりによってマシンが故障してるなんて完全に私の失策だ。
だがタイターのタイムマシンはシボルエに積まれていたはず。
シボルエ？車だっけ？それどこからの情報
？2000年に現れたタイターが自分でそう言った。
2000年？それもしかすると別の世界線の私かもね。少なくとも私は2000年には行ってない。2036年からまっすぐここに来た。
So it was someone else. It's true that Titer never posted in 2000. Not on the current world line. It doesn't matter. I can worry about that later.
お前は何を知っている。
I press Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape.
さっき俺とクリスの話を聞いていたな。なぜあんなに慌ててタイムマシンに向かった。お前は何をしようとしたんだ。
私のせいかと思って。
何？
私がここでのんびりしてたせいでセルンの好きにさせちゃったんだ。ねえ、本当なの
Suzuha suddenly grabs my shoulders.
椎名真由里があと数時間後にセルンに殺されるって本当？
事実だ。俺は5時間後からタイムリープしてきた。
タイムリープ？君たちのタイムマシン完成したんだ。
それより答えろ。お前の生徒はどういうことなんだ。
Suzuha bites her lip and looks away.
全部話すよ。私のこと話さなくちゃいけないと思う。君とマキセ・クリスには。
About fucking time. Kurisu. Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab. But first, I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand.
Thank you.
She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. I just hope that she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring.
おかりんおかえ 一緒だったんだね。
When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them.
やっぱりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんの完成祝いはするべきだよ。ということで、ダルくんと2人で買い出ししてね、帰ってきたの。
I should have known that she wouldn't stay away. Krisu looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers into my ear.
どうする？
マユリには絶対事情を知られないようにするんだ。
Krisu nods slightly.
何こそこそ話
Oops.
してるん？
何度も言うが、完成祝いはしない。
オカリン、付き合い悪いよ。
そういう問題ではなく。
I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed.
すずさん、元気ないけどどうかしたの？
これから俺とクリスティーナとスズハで重要な話をする予定でな。だからお前たちには帰ってもらったのだ。
マユシーも聞きたいよ。
いや、マユシ、空気読んだ方がよくね？
でも、すずさん落ち込んでるみたいだし、なんだかね、マユシーは心配なのです。ごめんね。
Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death. But how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と橋田至にも聞いてもらいたい。二人にも関係ある話だと思うし。
If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside to remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity. That she posted on @channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine, that she came from the year 2036.
未来人すげえ、マジパネッス。握手してもらっていいですか？
誰？遊びではないんだぞ。
すずさんは何年生まれなの？2017年。7年後なんだ。
Oh shit, I just realized
まだ生
something.
まれてないのに。
I won't talk about it right now, but I'm gonna write it down for later. Hold on. Okay. My prediction for later. I don't want to spoil anything. There's no time to deal with Mayuri's confusion.
それでスズハ、詳しく話してもらおうか。
って言っても、タイターとして書き込んだ内容がほとんどすべて。私は2036年の未来から来た。その時代はセルンによって支配されたディストピアで、争いは完全に消えたけど、人々は自由を奪われてる。ディストピア？
極端な管理社会、全体主義。マユリがバナナを食べたいと思っても、今日がバナナを食べていい日でなければ食べることは許されない。もし食べたら裁判なしで実刑。そんな社会ってところ。
Oh no.
マユシーはバナナ大好きなのに。
Forget about the bananas.
私はさ、セルンの支配からの解放のために戦うレジスタンスなの。こ この時代にタイムトラベルしてきたのはそんな今を君たちからしたら未来になるのか未来を変えるため
Change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking.
じゃあお父さんを探してるっていうのはあれは嘘だったのかな
Suzuha doesn't answer. Does that mean that it was a lie?
セレンは研究機関であって権力を持つ統治機関じゃない。私は何度もネット上でジョン・タイターにそう訴えてきた。
Online.
まさかお前栗ご飯とカメハメハか。
Creasy turns red and looks away.
タイターの中の人が名乗り出たんだから私も名乗り出ないとフェアじゃないでしょ。
Stinky at Chandler. And she uses a trip code. Disgusting.
ならば俺もそれに習おう。俺は王王院京馬というマナで
それは知ってるあ、ハモった
Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears her throat and continues.
セルンは2036年でも研究機関だよ。世界を支配してるのはセルンのバックにいる300人委員会ってやつら。
300人委員会実在したのか。
That name was in CERN's top secret documents.
セルンがタイムマシーン開発に成功したことで彼らは時間っていう4つ目の次元に干渉できる唯一の存在になった。その結果たった2年で世界の秩序は全て塗り替えられたってわけ。
Just 2 years. But that's only an objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule.
そんでもってマキセ・クリス
Suzuha glares at Kurisu.
2036年において君はタイムマシンの母として崇敬されている。
Yeah.
数形？
日本語で OK。
崇敬、崇め、敬われているってこと。
She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036?
敬われてって私が
2010年にタイムリープの概念を史上初めて発見し、その後もセルンのタイムマシン開発に貢献した人物。それが私の聞かされたマキセ・クリスっていう人間よ。
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy?
ならば俺がタイムマシンの父だな。
岡部倫太郎はテロリスト扱いされてる。結構有名。
Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future?
私がセルンでタイムマシン開発に携わるっていうこと？信じられない。セルンは人体実験までしてるのよ。科学者の風上にも置けないそんな連中のところになんて行くつもりはない。
でも未来ではそうなってた。
未来の私はなんて言ってた？
会ったことは一度もないよ。それに2036年にはもう亡くなってたし。
今さらっとすごいこと言われた。私って50歳まで生きられないってこと？
私の時代では極端に長生きの人と不審な亡くなり方をする若い人の2種類がいた。セルンに逆らうような言動をする人はどんどん消されていった。
私も。
Suzanne looks into Karisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Karisu.
もしかしたら君もセルンに利用されたのかもしんないね。例えば両親を人質に取られて無理やり研究させられたとか。
嘘。ママが危ないの
Karisu's mother's in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Karisu's away. After all, I watched Moeka kill Mayuri in cold blood.
ラウンダー。
何それ？
セルンの傭兵部隊というところか。
Suzanne nods.
名目上はセルンとは独立した技術調査班って位置づけだけどさ、実態は汚れ役もこなす何でもや。
According to Moeka, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not.
やっぱりこの時代にもすでに存在してるんだね。私はずっとラウンダーの連中と戦ってたんだ。
汚れ役ってことはまさか誘拐とか暗殺とかも。
Suzanne looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head.
私の時代ではそういうこともしてた。今はまだそこまでしてないんじゃないかな。
Daru's visibly relieved.
ねえ、アマネさん。あなたさっきジョン・タイターとして語ったことはほぼ全て事実だって言ったよね。
そうだよ。
ということはあなたは世界の構造について把握してるっていうこと？エベレット・ホイーラーモデル、いわゆる多世界解釈で説明できるってあなたは書いていたはず。
あれはフェイク情報。セルンに目をつけられないためのカムフラージュ。本当の中に嘘を一つ混ぜると途端に全体が嘘くさく見えるんだ。
じゃあ把握はしてないのね。
してるよ。2036年ではさ、世界の構造は解明されてるんだ。多世界解釈じゃなかった。
本当に？詳しく教えて。
アトラクタフィールド。
そう。岡部倫太郎にはメールで直接教えたよね。
それどんな解釈なの？
世界は世界線とアトラクタフィールドでできてる。
Suzanne walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball onto the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face. Oops.
世界の構造はより糸みたいなものなの。いくつもの可能性世界線が重ね合わせの状態になってて、常に無限個に枝分かれしてってるわけ。
That yarn looks really yummy.
全体を見ると一本に見えるけど、ミクロなレベルだとより細い糸が絡み合うように世界を構成してる。そして最終的にはそれらの細い糸は一つに収束する。経過は違うけど結果は同じになる。
それって決定論じゃないの？
Determinism. The school of philosophy that states that every event is predetermined by previous events. The past determines the present determines the future. Even though we may think that we're acting of our own free will, in truth, we are only following a predetermined path. Those who subscribe to determinism often cite the thought experiment of Laplace's demon for an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion, and all positions of all items of which nature is composed. Nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present before its eyes. Pierre Simon Laplace.
近いかもね。でももうちょっとアバウト。多世界解釈とコペンハーゲン解釈のいいとこ取りって感じ。
分岐はするが結末は同じ。ということは世界は結局一つなのか。
そういうこと。で、その収束範囲内にある世界線の束がアトラクタフィールド。アトラクタフィールドもたくさんある。このヨリートはアトラクタフィールドアルファ。範囲内にあるのはアルファ世界線。
Suzuha then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarn.
青がアトラクタフィールドベータで、黄色がガンマで、白がデルタとして、それぞれベータ世界線やガンマ世界線やデルタ世界線を範囲内にたくさん内包してる。それこそ何億っていう数をね。
She twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out as one fat multicolored string.
アトラクタフィールドもこんな風にいくつも重ね合わせ状態になってる。それぞれのアトラクタフィールドごとでは起きる事象も収束する結果も違う。干渉性は喪失してるわけ。それぞれが独立を保ってる。元をたどれば一つだし、アトラクタフィールドもさらにマクロな視点で見れば収束するけど、そのスパンは何百年っていうレベルなんだ。より大きな分岐と見ればいいかな。
You can think of the attractor fields as very long world lines.
エロゲに例えたらどういうこと？教えて、エロい人。
Yes, please do.
エロい人なんていない。
いや、エロゲに例えるのは間違っていない。ヒロイン個別ルートがアトラクタフィールドで、その中に出てくる細かい選択肢がそれぞれの世界線だ。
Okay, that makes sense now.
しかし最後には必ずトゥルールートに入ってグランドエンディングを迎える。
共通ルートが長いか短いか、それが問題だ。ちなみに僕だったらせっかくだから妹キャラのアトラクタフィールドを選ぶぜ。
Bruh.
勝手にしろ。
Whatever. Yeah, whatever.
ダメだこいつら。早くなんとかしないと。
私にはそのエロゲってのがよくわかんないんだけど。
真剣に受け取らなくていいわよ。
Sorry, I need the arrow gay pop up again. Can I get that one more time? Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save my Yuri is that her death is an event upon which this attractor field converges. But that means the world really is killing my Yuri.
でもさ、それじゃ未来を変えるなんて無理じゃね？結局収束しちゃうんでしょ？何をしたって結果は同じじゃん。
That's right. That's why my Yuri dies no matter how many times I leap.
今私たちがいるアトラクタフィールドアルファの 範囲外に出るの。
範囲外？
つまりアトラクタフィールドベータにあるベータ世界線に飛び移るってこと。
干渉できないんじゃ。
アトラクタフィールド同士が完全に分岐しちゃったらね。でもまさに分岐しようとしている瞬間なら。
分岐する瞬間、それが今だっていうこと？
ダイバージェンスが大きく変わる分岐点は2010年にあるって私は教わった。2000年や1991年並みのものすごい大分岐が起きて、アトラクタフィールドレベルで枝分かれするって。なんで2000年と1991年なの？どっちも世界規模の大きな事件があったじゃん。事件
？1991年はソ連崩壊だな。だが2000年は2001年なら同時多発テロがあったか。
2000年は2000年問題の年だよ。
はあ？あれって騒がれた割には結局大した問題は起きなかったぞ。
それは今私たちがいるこのアルファ世界線が2000年問題が起きなかった可能性世界だから。
Oh, dude, we missed the cool world line. So in other words, there are worlds where it did occur.
そして2010年。今年って何か大きな事件起きたかな。今年最大の事件は。
Suzuha looks towards the development room.
人類史上初のタイムマシン開発成功以外に何があるっての？あ、そっか、そうだよね、すごい。
もう一つ疑問が。
Kurisu keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
重ね合わせ状態にある世界線ってパラレルワールドってわけじゃないんでしょ？
Parallel worlds, a universe that exists separate from ours. It is believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves.
違うよ。あくまで可能性世界線が同時に存在しているだけ。
そうだとして世界線間の観測はどうやるの？神の視点でも持たなきゃ無理なんじゃない？
普通ならね。でも
Suzuha looks at me. Don't tell me.
リーディングしたいなか。
そういうネーミングなの？岡部倫太郎には世界線を越えて観測ができるっていう特殊な力がある。そうよね。
ああ。
それが鍵になる。君の特殊な力が世界をセルンの支配っていう呪縛から解き放つ鍵。今の君は神に匹敵する存在なんだよ。
俺の力が。
アトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外ベータ世界線へ到達すれば収束する結果も変わる。
I feel a shiver of excitement.
助けられるのか？
I can save my Yuri. Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice.
ちょっと待って。
Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic.
それ本当に全部正しいの？天音さんの妄想が混じってる可能性は？
なに？妄想なんか混じってないよ。
落ち着け。別に喧嘩を売ってるわけじゃない。ただ疑問なのよ。 そもそもどうしてあなたは岡部が持ってる力とか2010年の岡部や私がこの秋葉原にいるって知ってたの？2017年生まれにしては詳しすぎじゃない？
She has a point. Everyone looks to Suzuha.
父さんの遺書にそうあった。
His will.
遺書ってどういうこと？私がタイムトラベルを決意したのは父さんの遺書を読んだから。父さんは私が所属してるレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人で、セルンとは別にタイムマシンの研究をしてたの。未来を変えるための研究をね。でも父さんもセルンに殺されて、だから私は父さんの意志を継いでここにいる。
ごめんなさい。
No, Suzuha is John Titor. Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN, I know that, but I just can't say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject. Oh shit, John Titor in the chat. Never mind. Suzuha is fucking lying.
セルンのタイムマシン開発が加速した。それを阻止する方向に歴史を導くことが必要なんだよ。
阻止ってどうやって？
セルンは俺たちの存在に気づいている。
That's clear from Moika's attack.
原因は君たちが一番最初にタイムマシンを使った時のメールデータだと思う。父さんはそう予測してた。
メールデータ？ハッキングがバレたのではなく？
だから僕のハッキングはバレてないって言ってんだろ？
Yeah, bro. I can't believe you didn't believe Daru.
メールデータって？
あれじゃないかな。クリスちゃんが死んじゃったっていうオカリンのメール。
Right. The email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference.
ああ、あれね。
Back then, we hadn't yet realized that the phone wave named subject to change was a time machine.
その時空を超えたメールもきっと捉えられてる。
あの時からもうバレていたと。
Come to think of it, the first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email.
泳がされてたんだな、僕ら。
マユシンはね、平泳ぎが得意だよ。
No! I don't want to click.
はいはい。水中 M 字開脚、水中 M 字開脚。
しかし。
That wasn't too bad.
メールなんて世界中で1日に何億という数が送
Could
られ
have
ている
been
んだ。
worse.
セルンはエシュロンのネットワークを利用して世界規模でタイムマシンについての情報を収集してるの。
Echelon. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interception system based in the United States, and operated by the National Security Agency. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France. As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic Echelon stations in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The elephant cage antenna array located at Misawa Air Base in Aomori, Japan, is rumored to be one such station. These stations are said to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions. Aomori.
エシュロンだと本当に実在していたのか
As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications, and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Suzuha's saying, though.
セルンはさ、自分たち以外のタイムトラベル研究についてエシュロンで常にアンテナを張って監視してるんだよ。
For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future.
だから捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのコンピューターから消去しなきゃ。そうすればセルンは君たちには気づかない。タイムマシンが2034年に完成することもなくなる。それどころかタイムマシンの研究そのものが頓挫するかも。
In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータはなかったような。
IBN5100。
おお。
そうか。IBN5100 で構築されていたあのデータベースか。
あの中にきっとエシュロンから集めたデータが蓄積されてる。
So that's what it is.
誰よ。なぜもっと早く IBN5100 を使わなかったのだ。
いや、使わなかったのだとか言われても、そもそも持ってないし。
何を言っている。俺が手に入れてきたではないか。
はい。
Right. That was on a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBN 5100.
私の役割はさ、君たちに IBN5100 を託すことなんだよ。
持っているのか。
Suzuha shakes her head.
1975年に行って手に入れる。
1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to market. I know because John Titor in 2000 said that that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzuha too? Anyways, if Suzuha can get an IBN 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta world line, where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die.
よし。ならば全は急げだ。鈴葉には今すぐにでも1975年に飛んでもらおう。
そうしたいのは山々なんだけど。
Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor.
タイムマシンは壊れているんだったな。
直せないの？
無理。私は父さんが作ったものに乗ってきただけだから。仕組みそのものはマニュアルを完璧に暗記してるけど。
That doesn't mean that she knows how to repair it, and there's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology.
タイムリープマシンで遡るのは？天音さんのタイムマシンが壊れる前へ。
っていうか、タイムリープマシン使う気なん？実験しないってことでファイナルアンサーじゃなかった？
I still haven't told Daru about my time leaping. There's no time to explain.
場合によっては使う。それで鈴葉よ、いつ壊れたかわかるか？
ううん、きっとこの前の深夜に降った雨だよ。マシンの中水浸しになってたから密閉されてるはずなのに。
あんだけ派手にビルに激突してんだし、その時に穴でも開いたんじゃね？
あれは激突したんじゃないよ。座標計算にわずかな誤差があったせいであそこに出現しちゃっただけ。あのマシンって結構不安定なんだよね。
それで雨が降ったのは何日だった？
10日の朝、夜明け前には降っていた。
The time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. And the time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. That means that we can't go farther back than 2 p.m. on the 11th.
ダメだ。タイムリープマシンじゃ届かない。
I thought we had a glimmer of hope.
直す努力はしてみるべきだと思うわけだが。
そうだよ。タイムマシンならね、時間はあんまり関係ないもん。
Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Rodicon, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leap now to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine.
みんな、小腹が空いただろう。空いたはずだ。
いきなりなんぞ？
まゆしは腹ペコです。
As expected from a glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet.
マユリ、ダル、買い出しに行ってきてくれ。それを食べながら改めて対策を練ろうではないか。
わあ、オカリ、こんな大金どうするの？
これで買ってこいと言っているのだ。釣りはいらんというより全部使い切ってこい。
平然と1万円もおごってみせる。さすがオカリン、僕たちにできないことをやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill would work.
クリスティーナ、それにタイター。
タイターって私のこと？
他に誰がいる？
なんでいきなり呼び方変わんの？
タイターの中の人だからだ。
そうだけどさ。
無駄よ。岡部がまともに名前を呼ぶことなんてめったにないから。諦めて。
そういえば私もバイト選手とかって妙な呼ばれ方しかされてなかった。
二人とも聞け。俺は11日の14時にタイムリープする。そこでタイターから改めて今の説明をしてもらう。その上で今のこの時間13日17時までにタイムマシンを修理する。
当てはあるの？
今から2時間もがくよりはマシという程度だ。直せなければ何度でも2日間を繰り返せばいい。
ごめん。
タイターよ、お前には必ず IBN5100 を手に入れてもらわなければならない。これはお前のためでも未来のためでもない。あくまでマユリを助けるためのミッションであることを忘れるな。独善的だと言いたければ言えばいい。だが俺は誰の指図も受ける気はない。
Kurisu and Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement.
よし。作戦開始だ。
作戦名は言わないのか？
Who cares about that? This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance.
北欧神話でいいネーミング候補が見つからなかった？
なんで北欧神話？
深い意味はないと思う。あえて言うなら、中二病患者はゲルマン系ネーミングが大好きだからってところじゃない？
そういえば私がいたレジスタンスでも作戦名はほとんどゲルマン系のネーミングだったな。なんでって聞いたら、これは伝統だとかなんとか言われた。
26年後にも中二病患者っているんだな。
くだらない会話をしているな。
Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this nonsense. Kurisu sets up the time leap machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well before Mayuri returns, I leap. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in my hand. While I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date and time on my phone screen. August 11th, 2:21 p.m. Alright, now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I leapt twice. First at 2 p.m. on the 13th, when the machine was completed. From there, I leapt an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. It was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see that her hand isn't burned. When I explain the situation, Suzuha races to Radakon to confirm my story. After she realizes that I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is to try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine.
じゃあ早速見に行ってみるべき。
Daru is unusually enthusiastic. I guess Suzuha's talk of attractor fields and divergence and correcting history's mistakes got his blood pumping.
ちょっと待って待って。
Mayuri stops us as we're about to leave the lab.
ねえねえ、みんなもう一つ忘れてるよ。
もう一つ？なんぞ？
すずさんのお父さんは今はどこにいるの？
Oh, right. I thought Suzuha was lying about that. But when I turn to her, she looks away.
父さんのことはどうでもいいでしょ？どうでもよくないよ。それにタイムマシンを直すのに時間かかるんでしょ？だったらその間マユシーはすずさんのお父さんを探そうかなと思って。どう？
いや、しかし。
When I show reluctance, Mayuri puffs out her cheeks.
ああ、オカリンってばダメなんだよ。約束はね、ちゃんと守らなきゃ。
What promise?
この前約束したでしょ。すずさんのお父さんはみんなで探そうって。
That's right. We convince her to stay by promising to help look for her father.
そうだったな。
あのね、すずさんがここに来たのはね、使命とかもあるけど、やっぱりお父さんに会いたかったからかなって思って。もしそうならマユシーは会わせてあげたいです。
If Mayuri feels that strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse.
椎名まゆり、 君っていい子だね。
Suzuha sniffles.
その通りだよ。この町に来れば会えると思ったの。父さんはさ、2010年に秋葉原にいたことは分かってるんだ。
本当にいるのか？
いるよ。失礼だな。この時代ならきっとまだ若くてかっこいいね。
名前はバレルタイターだったか？
うん、そう。外国人さん？多分日本人。バレルタイターはレジスタンス時代のコードネームだから、今の2010年の時点だとまだそう名乗ってないと思う。
So that's why Suzuha called herself John Titor.
父さんの本名はさ、私知らないんだ。実の娘なのにね。
Suzuha looks like she's about to cry for an instant, but she quickly covers it with a bitter smile.
教えてくれなかったし、聞かせてもらう前に死んじゃったから。
Hearing that, I realize how hellish the world she came from must be.
では、アマネという名はどこか？
母さんのせいだよ。
つまり手がかりはなし。
手がかり？あ、そういえば。
Yeah, I've been sitting on it a while, but there's no fucking way that Daru's not the father. He was supposed to be at that meet, and then he didn't show up, and it's like 100%. Suzuha claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls out.
ピンバッジ？
And he is quite literally a barrel, so... I've seen Suzuha fiddling with it before. It's just a regular pin, the kind you stick on your hat or bag.
なんか書いてあるよ。
It reads OSHM asterisk 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 A 7010.
これ父さんの形見なんだよね。
形見？
誰？ググってみろ。
Daru runs a search, but gets only incomprehensible foreign sites.
父さんは秋葉原周辺にいたらしいからさ、海外のサイトは抜きにして考えていいと思う。
日本語で OK ってことか。
He narrows the search down to Japanese sites. But even then, none of the results look relevant.
全然わかんね
でも、これはきっとヒントになるよ。
With Suzuha's permission, I take a picture of the pin.
というわけで、すずさんのお父さん探しに賛成の人。
I want to argue that there's no time for that, but Mayuri's right when she says that the time machine won't be ready for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. After all, there's no point in running, not even with 2 days head start. Even if I dragged Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now.
反対はしない。
おかりんありがとう。
Daru raises his hand in agreement. So does Kurisu. It's decided. We'll help Suzuha find her father.
みんな、サンキュー。でも、私はあくまで1975年へ行くことを優先したい。それが父さんの意志だったからさ。てなわけで、 タイムマシン修理のめどが立ったら父さんを探すのは諦めるってことでどうかな。それでいいの？
Daru is also the only one among us that have constructed a time machine. So he's probably maybe the only one that can do it in the future too.
そんだけ探して見つかんないならさ、つまり会える運命になかったってことだと思うし。
It's a relief to hear Suzuha say that.
で、どうやって探すん？
ピンバッジしかヒントがないのだ。これを元にするしかないだろう。餅は餅屋とも言うし、マニアなショップを当たってみれば。
マニアなショップって？
秋葉にはマニア御用達のアンダーグラウンドのショップが数多くあるだろう。
It's hard to sneak into Radicon in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. It takes us about 30 minutes to find a way in. Kurisu's back at the lab working on the time loop machine. It needs to be completed by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances of saving Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father.
どうだ?
I called a Daru who's examining the flooded satellite, time machine, while Suzuha and I keep a lookout. Daru crawls out of the machine. He's covered in sweat and his breathing's heavy. We quickly help pull his huge body out. The time machine is completely visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us to the police. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akiba still has tourists who come to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed.
この中、むちゃくちゃ熱い件について。蒸し風呂ってレベルじゃねえぞ。この炎天下でマシンの中にいたら干物になるねマジで。ちなみにこのマシンバランス崩して下に落ちたりしないよな。
The time machine is balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wires, so Daru probably has nothing to worry about, maybe. Can it be fixed?
いや、まだ確証はないけど。でもさ、ちょっと触ってみて気づいたんだよね。これってなんか電話レンジと似てるかもって。
And it's built kind of like the phone wave.
じゃあ直せる可能性はあるんだな。
いや、だから確証はないって、もうちょっと調べないと。
誰よ、スーパーハッカーよ。すべてはお前の腕にかかっていると言っていい。世界を救ったスーパーハッカー。お前は2036年においてタイムマシンの母、マキセ・クリスに代わり、人々から崇め立てまつられることになるだろう。
ハッカーじゃなくてハッカーって言えっつってんだろう。
とにかく2日で何とかしてくれ、ダル。
I place my hand on Daru's shoulder and look straight into his eyes.
お前だけが頼りなんだ。
Oh.
自信はないよ。そもそもなんで2日なん？
それは。
Because that's when Mayuri will die, but I can't say that.
2日後がさ、リング得意点を作るのに一番いい気象条件なんだよ。それを逃すと、あと1年は次のチャンスがないわけ。
Nice excuse, Suzuha.
そうだ。そういうことだ。
2日で直せとか無茶言うなっつーの。
ならばそんなお前にフェイリスと1日デートできる権利をやる。
Whoa.
やってくれるな。
いいですとも。
And that's how Daru created the time machine. Great. Now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. OSHM A7010. We're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I don't think it would be this difficult. Akiba has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Suzuha's pin. We check everyone we can find, but come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even check nearby neighborhoods like Ueno and Asakusa. Nothing. Suzuha and I return to the lab with heavy hearts. Does Ferris have yellow eyes? Fuck! No, they're pink. Kurisu emerges from the development room to greet us. She's maybe they're contacts though.
その顔じゃ成果はなしか。
ダルは
戻ってない。暗くなったし直接帰ったんじゃない？
It's too dark to work at Radicon now. We can't use lights because that would be too conspicuous with conspicuous every fucking time. Conspicuous. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in search of Suzuha's father? There has not been a single time I've existed on this planet that I've read conspicuous right once.
お前のためではない。すべてはマイリを助けるためだ。
I start up Daru's computer and search the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. Oh, he went on the Reddit. There's a pin collecting group on a site called Frey Para, where everyone shows off their collections. I post there asking for information. I'm sleeping on the couch when I hear when a loud alarm rings in my ears. I jump up and see Kurisu and Suzuha. Kurisu's holding her phone. That's the source of the sound.
Good morning.
Her sour expression says it's not good at all. I wish she'd put herself in my shoes and see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. I check the time on my phone. It's just before 7 a.m.
起こしてくれたのか。助かる。
別にモーニングコールしたわけじゃない。
岡部倫太郎に見てほしいものがあってさ、起こしてもらったの。
I realize that there's a strange object sitting on the table in front of me.
これは？
ダイバージェンスメーター。今、私たちがいるこの世界線がどこなのかを数値で表すことができるんだよ。
The meter displays 0.337187%.
私がもともといた2036年の世界線を 0% とした数値だから、あくまで相対的なものなんだけどさ。
作ったのか？
2036年から持ってきた。
うん。これはニキシー管だな。いいセンスだ。未来ガジェット9号に認定したいぐらいだ。
これ一体どういう仕組みなの？世界線の数値化なんて
There's
可能とは思え
Nixie
ない。
tubes on the phone wave too, huh? What a coincidence. Suzuha shrugs.
私もわかんない。
わからない？
これ作ったの誰か知ってる？
How should I know?
君だよ、岡部倫太郎。
Huh? Okay, maybe not.
君が作った。確か今から11年後ぐらいに君の持ってる特殊な力を応用させたらしいよ。
Tangentially related in some way. Maybe it's a copy.
そうなのか。
このメーターがあれば岡部以外でも世界線の変動を確認できる、そういうことか。
違う違う、多分ここに表示されてる数値が変化してもそれに気づけるのは岡部倫太郎だけ。
は？それじゃあ意味ないじゃない。もっとまともなもの作りなさいよ、岡部。
That's very possible at this point. Okabe pages his own mom, tells her to eat more veggies, changes his sex, and then becomes the mother. I ignore Kurisu's complaints and look at the meter again. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I completed it. 11 years will pass before I complete it. It's a strange feeling.
これの仕組みは作った本人しか知らない。だから知りたかったら11年待つしかないかな。そうすれば自分で答えを見つけられるはずだから。
未来で俺と会ったのか。
She did say that I was an infamous terrorist in 2036. For some reason, Suzuha's expression darkens momentarily.
一度もないよ。
そうか。
Oops.
で、このメーターを今ここで俺に見せた意味は？
メーターの数値が 1% を超えたとき、君はベータ世界線にたどり着いたことになる。
1%？
そう、1% を突破さえできたら椎名真由里は助けられるっていうこと。
I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't budge. Just another 0.6%. It seems so easy. But there are 6 digits after the decimal point and no tens place. What does that mean? Something tells me that it won't be as easy as it looks.
これは君にあげる。どうせ私が持ってても意味ないしね。有意義に使ってよ。
Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, I spend the mornings visiting stores in Akiba. My destinations run the gamut from otaku stores packed with anime goods to souvenir shops full of Olympic memorabilia. I even visit a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. But although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I'm unable to find anything that resembles Suzuha's pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakano. I start heading back to the lab, but just then, a street vendor catches my eye. The storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered with accessories and other fashion items. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. It's not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among the various accessories, I see a number of metal pins. What a coincidence. Could he have a pin like Suzuha's? I don't see that logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I better ask just to be sure. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English. Our eyes meet. His are as bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. Damn, he must think I'm a coward. Better get this over with.
Hey, master! I am mad scientist. So cool! Son of a bitch!
はい、何ですか?
He smiles a wide, toothy smile. nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. I was hoping for more of a reaction.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。
So cool. I take the photocopy of Suzuha's pen out of my pocket.
これに見覚えが？
The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in an exaggerated manner typical of Westerners.
これの出所が知りたい。調べることはできないか？
ああ、思い出し。sorry。ちょっと難しいですね。
What is he saying?
By the way、これはどこで手に入れたものなんですか？
それを知りたい。報酬は出す。
ごめんなさい。
He apologizes in broken Japanese. It looks like this is another dead end. Just in case, I give him my contact information and asked him to get in touch if he finds out anything. Then I turn to leave.
岡部倫太郎。
Suzuha's standing a short distance away. She's holding a drink. It's my favorite, Dr. Pete. No, wait, that's cola.
Please. 飲む？
I accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on a roadside fence. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Kanda to continue the search. How long has she been standing here?
成果は？
なし。それよりさ、さっきの英語何？なんかバカっぽかった。そうクールって。この時代だとああいう英語が標準なの？
そんなわけあるか？
そうなんだ。じゃあ岡部倫太郎オリジナルか。私の生まれた時代にはさ、海外旅行なんてなかったからよくわかんないんだよね。
海外旅行がない？行ったことがないではなく？
そう、旅行なんて娯楽はなかったな。渡航許可はめったに下りなかったし、だから外国人を見たのはこの時代に来てから。
So in the future, no one's allowed to leave Japan? Japan was like that a few centuries ago too, when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. It sounds like CERN set international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzuha's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. It sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls guarded by CERN and the Committee of 300. I mean, ending war is obviously a good thing, but... Anyways, there's no point in thinking about the distant future now. We need to come up with a new plan. The sunlight beats on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? Shining in the center of the sky like it owns the damn place. Damn it, why can't we find any information on that pin? I suppose it's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuha's father. As long as Daru fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. So why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save Mayuri. I can't fix Suzuha's time machine. I can't even help Kurisu with the time leap machine upgrade. So what am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father.
もしかして近年中に作られるピンバッジなんだろうか。まだできていないとか。
Suzuha stretches, then looks at me with a calm smile.
やっぱさ、父さんとは会えない運命なんだって。こんだけ探してもないんだから、もう無理無理、全然無理だね。
I feel a surge of anger in her words. Here I am, stewing in self-loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter.
諦めるのか。まだあと1日残っているぞ。
Hold on a second. I misread that so horribly bad. Go away, phone. Maybe I'm not meant to meet him. I mean, I feel a surge of anger at her words, not in her words. There we go.
何怒ってんの？
みんなお前のためを思って頑張っているのだと分かっているのか？俺だってマユリを助けることを何より優先したいんだ。それでもお前はラボメンであり仲間だ。その仲間が困っているから助けたい。そんなマユリの気持ちを汲んでこうして探しているのに、お前が真っ先に諦めてどうする？
怒鳴んないでよ。
あまり俺を萎えさせるな。
Bro, I want box. I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time for this.
悪かったよ。でも君さ、言い方が上から目線すぎると思うよ。
Oh my god, is John Titzer in the chat again? Cool. I realize that we have an audience. Some pedestrians are grinning at us, like they think we're a bickering couple or something. Something. I take a deep breath.
言い過ぎたのなら謝る。
It's too awkward to make eye contact, so I look around pretending to think. Pretending to think. Me too.
これからどうするか。
I wonder how the other lab mims are progressing. I'm especially concerned about Daru. Depending on the situation, he might need some relief. He's been working in that heat for hours, so we should bring him something cold to drink. And then there's Mayuri. She's been working alone, trying to find some information on Suzuha's father. If I close my eyes, I can still recall her deaths, in every detail. I resist the urge to pound my head against the wall. Although we still have over 24 hours before that happens, I can't help but worry about leaving her alone. But currently, all I can do is search for that pin. We decide to try Ikebukuro as our last stop for today. It would be nice to visit home, but I don't have the time, and besides, Suzuha's with me. Our search turns up nothing. As the evening wears on without a single lead, Suzuha and I grow quieter and quieter. We're exhausted from walking, and we can't shake the feeling that all our efforts are futile. This isn't good.
そういえば
I try stirring up conversation. I should get her to talk about the future. After all, she is a time traveler. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I remember how shocked Kurisu was to learn that she only lives to be 44. And I was told that I become a terrorist.
2036年では俺は本当に有名なのか？
テロリストとしてね。
そうか。それで俺は一体どんなテロ行為を？
セルンに反逆したの。君はさ、私が所属してたレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人だったんだよ。私の父さんと同じくね。
I helped found the resistance. I guess it makes sense given what we're going through now. Suzuha's from the future of this timeline, where Mayuri is doomed to die, and where CERN forces Kurisu to build a time machine. In such a future, how could I not rebel against CERN? Rebellion against the system, destruction of order, a new age of chaos. Weren't those my ambitions as a mad scientist?
くだらない。
くだらない？
マユリを助けることもできず、のうのうと生き続けた挙句に、そんな中二病みたいな真似をしているなんてな。
世界に自由を取り戻そうとする勇敢で立派な志だと思うけど。
Suzuha is part of the resistance I form. Does that mean that she's my subordinate in the future?
俺はどんな男だった？
Suzuha's expression darkens.
だから私は会ったことないって言ったでしょ。
そうだったか。
うん。君はさ、セルンに殺されたの。2025年に。
I was killed by the same people who killed my Yuri. They had no reservations about murdering an innocent girl. I doubt they would hesitate to kill a terrorist.
もっと早く教えとくべきだったかも。わかるでしょ？未来を変えないとさ、君はあと15年で死んじゃうんだ。椎名真由里も助からない。君も助からない。マキセ・クリスは無理やりセルンに協力させられてる。ラボメンはみんな不幸になってるんだ。
だろう。
彼の名前は聞いたことないな。ウィザード級ハッカーの伝説っていうのはちらっと聞いたことがあるけどね。そもそもウィザード級ってどういう意味なのかすら知らないけど。
Nah, game, you can't throw me off. Don't even fucking pretend. Get out of here. Wizard class. I coined that term. I can imagine Daru slowly insinuating himself into every corner of the internet until he becomes a godlike virtual presence that not even CERN can comprehend.
とにかくさ、君たちだけを見ればこんな未来ってないよね。だからなおさら私が IBN5100 を手に入れてきて未来を変えなきゃって思ってる。この時代に来るまでは君たちは遠い存在だったけど、今では仲間だしさ、なんとかしたいんだ。
助かる。お前はこれからも永遠にラボメンだ。
サンキュー。
Oh my god, it's been so long since my phone's actually gone off. It scared me for a second. Assistant, question. Are you sure I can finish the time leap machine in a day? We still haven't found our lifter substitute, remember? I can't complete the upgrade without it. I already told Kurisu that I was confident in her ability to complete the machine on time. But it occurs to me that I forgot to tell her about the 42-inch CRT. Our lifter is the 42-inch CRT downstairs. The electrical discharge phenomenon occurs when it's turned on, so don't worry about it. Just finish the upgrade. There, that should do it. And now Echelon knows. Fuck. I send a reply and decide to keep searching for the pin with Suzuha just a bit longer. Time is quickly running out. Is there anything more that we can do? It's early evening, but the roof of Radicon is still hotter than hell. When I provide Daru with a refreshing gift to Dr. P, a frown appears on his sweaty face.
ここはキンキンに冷えたカロリーゼロのコーラだろう。常識的に考えて。
No Coca-Cola. I forgot he's a cola guy. No sense letting it go to waste. I drink the Dr. P myself. Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away.
ねえねえオカリー、あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
ああ、そうだな。
I thought the Titer's time machine was a car, a 1970s Chevy. It never even occurred to me to suspect the satellite. I should have known better than to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite was suspicious from the start. Not only had it appeared out of nowhere, but Tighter only starting posting afterward. I'm disappointed in myself for not realizing the connection.
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど、すずさんが無事でよかったね。
I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed around it. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled. It doesn't fly.
あれって操作がとっても難しいんだって。
I guess she heard that from Suzuha.
重力うんたらかんたら装置の座標がちょっとでもずれるとね、タイムマシンごとゼリーマンになっちゃってプルンプルンかなんだそうです。
Bloop.
しかもね、あのタイムマシンってセルン製じゃないからあんまり安定してないって。1975年に行く時が心配だな。二人乗りだったらね、一緒に行ってあげられたのにね。
お前が一緒に行ってどうするのだ。
決まってるよ。すずさんの手をギューって握ってね。大丈夫、マユシーが一緒だから大丈夫だよって応援してあげるの。
Oh god, I hope Daro's not around. Something tells me that won't be much help.
ねえねえオカリ、あのタイムマシンって名前はついてるのかな。
名前か。
That's the least of what I want to know about the time machine. Time permitting, I like to spend a whole day picking Suzuha's brain. I'm pretty sure John Titor's time machine has a model number. But the John Titor from 2000 might have not been Suzuha. There was no John Titor in 2000 on this world line after all. Although, I suppose it's possible that Suzuha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975.
気になるならタイターに直接聞けばいい。
ああ、そうだね。マユシうっかりしてたよ。
Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha. She comes back quickly.
うん、名前あった。
どんな名前だったんだ。
FG204 なんとかなんとかって。
Oh, that's pretty cool. Something something?
っていうかね、ダルくんとすずさんって結構お似合いだと思わない？
Yeah.
はあ？
Mayuri's jumping all over the place today. I look at Daru and Suzuha again.
お似合いか？ダルはそもそもフェイリス萌えなのだぞ。
あ、そっか。そうなのかな。
She tilts her head to the side. Good grief. Mayuri and I are of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for Suzuha's father, but Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. No, that's quitter's talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get the information we need this time, I can use a time leap machine to repeat those 2 days until we do.
そういえばマユリ、コス作りはどうした？
There's only a few more days until Kamima. I remember Mayuri pulling all-nighters to get her costumes done. Has that changed?
あのね、もう2着はできてるよ。楓ちゃんと吹雪ちゃんの分。
3着目はルカ子に来てもらうためのものだったか？
うん、そうなんだけどね。ル ルカちゃんが説得できなかったから今回は諦めたの。ねえねえ、マユシンもタイムマシンもっとよく見てきていいかな。
ダルたちの邪魔はするなよ。
はーい。
Mayuri beams happily, then runs over to the time machine. She's acting like this is a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. It's quite a view from up here. After a few minutes watching the sunset in silence, I realize that Suzuha is standing beside me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. My shadows are long and murky.
橋田至ってすごいね。タイムマシンさ、突貫工事とはいえうまくすると明日には直せるかもって。
ダルの実力は折り紙付きだ。
見た目は不摂生そうで冴えない感じなのにね。
見た目で判断する
な。考えを改める。さ、今言わないと機会を永遠に逃しちゃいそうだから言うけど。
なんだ、大げさだな。
私さ、君たちには本当に感謝してるんだ。初めてこの時代に来た時、私の知ってる人は誰もいなくて、戦ってばっかりだった私の時代とは全然違ってて、この時代の方がすごく平和なのにさ、なんだか私にとってはすごく怖かった。でもさ、今こうして自分の全てを晒せる友達、仲間ができた。私が生まれる前に生きていた人たちと出会えて、私のためなんかにみんな頑張ってくれてる。それってとっても奇妙で、だけどとっても嬉しいんだよね。その気持ちは本当だから。
Suzuha's tone is wistful. Why? I try to speak, but she continues before I can.
この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて、癖があっていろいろと濃すぎて、最初はなんだこいつらなんて思ってたけどさ、いつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。知ってた？
知るわけがない。俺は2036年まで生きていないからな。
そっか、ごめん。とにかくさ、喧嘩すら起きない、およそ争いって名のつくものは、ミクロなものからマクロなものまで全部消えちゃった。その代わり、みんな死んだ魚みたいな目をしてた。誰も覇気がなくて、歩く足はズリズリってすり足で、笑いはするけど怒ったり悲しんだりはしなくて、個性なんて誰も持ってなかった。みんなロボットみたいだった。この前君が私にすごく怒ったでしょ。あの時さ、すごくびっくりして、すごくショックだったんだけど、同時にすごく嬉しくなったんだよ。
変なやつだな。
確かに。
Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another.
君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは生き生きしてて、すごく眩しい。 椎名真由里も橋田至も牧瀬クリスもそれに君も。
何をバカな。
There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. I can't even save Mayuri.
私もみんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ。
俺からすればお前こそすごいと思うぞ。
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいかも。こうして頑張れてるのも君たちと会えたおかげ。ほんのちょっとでもラボメンの一員になれてよかった。
She smiles then, a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean?
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
鈴葉？
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
おい、どうしたんだ。なぜそんなに感傷的なのだ。
Does she not want to go to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so can't she just come back afterwards? Even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course. When Suzuha completes her mission and brings us the IBN 5100, the world line will change. The future will be rewritten, and the 2036 she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place, but even so, it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure, comrades in arms, and memories of her father barrel tighter. All of that will be lost to her forever. No wonder she's getting sentimental.
タイムマシンが治ったらまた盛大に宴会を開こう。
And yet, she's still smiling that sorrowful smile. Afterward, I hit the streets again in search of the pin. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried searching the internet. A couple of hours later, still no luck. So far, I've accomplished absolutely nothing. My frustration is mounting. I can time leap again, but will that really help us find Suzuha's father? An unfamiliar number. Who is it?
俺だ。
Hi, Mr. Okabe Rintaro.
Oh, wow. The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this guy?
捨てるんか。
I jumped to my feet and scanned the room, then returned to the window and checked the road below. No suspicious figures in sight. Krisu comes out of the development room and gives me a questioning look, but I wave her back inside.
セルンとは何です？
I gulp and carefully choose my words.
名乗ってもらおう。
おたくはもうアフタヌーンうちのファクトリーに問い合わせに来てテレフォンナンバーを教えていったですよ。
お前は何を言っているんだ。
No, wait. I've heard this broken Japanese before. The strange Japanese filters through my brain, connecting synapses. That's right. It's that foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akiba.
特定した。Nice to meet you.
どういたしまして。私自主制作してます。Yesterday night ゲストが come here の思い出し、そのゲストがメイクプリズピンバッジがユウが持ってきたやつとセームだったのよ。
I don't quite get what he's saying, but he seems really excited about it.
今すぐそっちに行く。
I go to the same spot as before. Although a stand has already closed, the Westerner is waiting for me.
Oh, Okabe! Hello!
It doesn't even get a portrait. Fucked up.
そのゲストとやらはどこ行った？
クライアントカムヒアなのは yesterday なことよろしい。
The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered.
そいつの連絡先は？住所氏名は？
ドクです。ゲストはシミュレーションだけ。プライベートインフォメーションは nothing。
What? So last night, someone came by wanting to make metal pins with the same design as Suzuha's. But he died of poisoning? The guess was just a simulation, so there's no private information? I'm not following.
ジャパニーズやっとプライベートインフォメーションの重要さについてスタディらしい。過敏神経になったよね。
That doesn't help.
If ゲストがネームはテレフォンナンバー残っていったかよ。ノリーク、それがビジネス。
Fatigue suddenly weighs down my shoulders. I don't understand a word he's saying anymore. My head is full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me. I guess I'll just have to wing it.
そいつはどういうやつだった？男か？女か？
Well, so young or so middle. ジャパニーズは顔ヤングね。ルックだけじゃ no understand。
特徴は？
特徴？やはり柔道 or プロレスラー？
なんだ？柔道？
Judo or pro wrestler.
それがどうしたんだ？
Yes!
That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean?
ああ、バルーン！バルーンだよ！
Was balloon.
バルーン？柔道？プロレス？
Good!
No, not good. Are you trying to confuse me? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. I consider chasing him, but decide against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we have barely any time left to find Barrel Tighter. I can time leap again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working, then leap into to the time the suspicious character appears at the stand. Kurisu carefully connects the two cords that she's holding.
完成。
The time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes later than before. Kurisu walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzuha in the lab. I had Daru and Mayuri head to Radicon, ostensibly to work on the time machine.
タイムリープマシーンか。
Suzuha gazes at the now complete machine in awe. I already explained to her how time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させるっていうのは面白いよね。
Suzuha crosses her hands behind her head and looks up at the ceiling.
空想とか、もしかしてっていう推測とか、あと直感、デジャブ、そういうのってさ、実際には未来の記憶を思い出してるのかもしれないかもってちょっと思っちゃった。2036年時点だと記 記憶は世界戦艦の自分との情報伝達手段かもしれないって説もセルンの研究者から出てるんだ。それと似たようなものなのかも。
岡部の力、リーディングシュタイナーがどういう仕組みなのか分かればいいんだけど、岡部だけの特殊能力なのか、それとも全人類がその資質を持ってるけど岡部だけがたまたまより強い能力を持っていただけなのか。
一つ確かなことがある。意識は記憶とともに過去へ飛んだ。
それがなぜなのかいまいち納得いかない。 D メールの時に岡部が体験したような状況と同じになってもいいはずなのに、記憶に意識は依存してるのかな。
意識って形として存在してるわけじゃないのが厄介だよね。魂も同じ。結局は宗教観に行き着く。2036年でもさ、魂の存在は証明されてないし、意識を形として証明した人はいないんだ。
そう、ちょっとがっかり。
意識が過去へ飛んだことで D メールに比べてより具体的に過去改変ができるようになったが、同時に収束する結果も存在した。
I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies.
違うよ。未来は確定してる。
ならば過程が変化したのはなぜだ。
世界線が変動してたから。岡部倫太郎が過去へ飛んで本来とは別の行動をとったことでダイバージェンスがわずかだけど上下したはずだよ。でもその変動はダイバージェンスメーターで言うと 0.00001% 程度の誤差でしかないわけ。ちょっとしたことの場合、全く誤差が発生しない場合だってある。原因が変化することでさ、結果がすでに同時に存在している別の世界線へと変わっただけなの。しかもその2つの世界線は近似値だから変化なんてほとんど感じられないはず。
So is that why reading Steiner didn't react?
変わる前の世界線は消滅したわけじゃなくてさ、可能性世界線として同時に存在し続けるんだよ。
その辺は多世界解釈なのね。
いずれにしてもパラレルワールドじゃない。
未来は再構成されていると。
そういうことになるのかな。
I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Anyways, that's enough discussion. It's time for me to leap again. I explain the situation to Kurisu and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street vendor's stand and hope that Suzuha's father might appear. I sent Suzuha elsewhere. I don't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. I'm standing out of sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and drinking soy milk to appease my growling stomach. I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask for the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I begin my stakeout before sunset. Now it's 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this another waste of time? Did the foreigner give me false information? But just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches the stand. I jump out of cover. Hey.
ゲゲ、オカリン
Daru jumps in surprise. But I'm the one who's really shocked here.
お前ここで何をしている？
その言葉、そっくり返すぜ。
The storekeeper's looking at us funny. Balloon. So we decide to change locations.
それでダルよ。あの露店に何を頼もうとしていた？まさかタイターのピンバッジと同じものを偽造しようとしていたわけじゃないよな。
そのまさかであります。
So that's what happened. Daru was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about. So all that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons was referring to Daru's size?
紛らわしいやつめ。
Damn, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring Suza along.
しかしなぜ偽造などしようと？
いや、偽造ってわけじゃなくね。
似たようなものだろうが。
つまりさ、転ばぬ先の杖ってやつ？もしも天主の親父さんが見つかんなかったらかわいそうじゃん。だからその時は僕が作ったバッジを見せて、親父さんはいたんだって嘘だな。
ぬか喜びさせるということか。
そういう言い方しなくてもよくね。世の中には2種類の嘘があって、ダメな嘘と優しい嘘があるんだぞ。
それは何のエロゲーから得た知識だ？
クラドナドナというエロゲーではなく、いわば人生と呼べるノベルゲーからです。ってやかましいわ。ダメかな、架空のタイターを作り上げる作戦。
I'm surprised we didn't get a pop-up for that. Oh well. So,
そんなことをして鈴葉が喜ぶとでも思っているのか。
Daru's expression suddenly turned sad.
これ天主からは誰にも言うなって言われてるんだけど、オカリンには話しとくよ。
He's got a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems dead serious, so I better hear him out.
タイムマシンを調べていて天主から聞いたんだけど、あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
何？
At first, I don't understand what he means.
バカな。俺が知っているタイターのタイムマシンは未来方向にも飛べた。
実際に見たん？
見たわけじゃないが。
そもそもオカリンの言ってるタイターって2000年に現れたやつでしょ。僕はそんなタイター見たことも聞いたこともないけどな。
That's right. The Tighter I know and Suzuha's aren't necessarily the same person. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, one looks like a Chevy and the other one looks like a satellite.
じゃあ本当に
行ったら戻ってこられない。
それは例えば1975年に飛んだらどうなる？今の2010年には戻ってこられないのか？
戻ってくるには1975年から35年間をリアルタイムで生きないと。
Is he serious?
ということは鈴葉はタイムマシーンに乗って2036年に戻ることもできない。
だからさっきからそう言ってるじゃんか。
それはタイムマシンとしては欠陥品だろ。
そう、あのタイムマシンは未完成だって言ってた。
Incomplete.
セルンの技術をパクって天主の親父さんがこっそり独自に作ったものらしいんだけど、 親父さんがセルンに殺されたせいで未完成のままなんだって。それでも過去には飛べるからちっとも問題ないってアマネシは笑ってたけどさ。
それは確かな話なんだな。
本人がそう言ったし、アマネシが嘘をついてない限りはマジだと思うよ。つうわけで今この時代にタイムマシンの修理が終わるまでに親父さんと会っておかないともう二度と会う機会はないかもしんないじゃん。
So that's why he was trying to make a copy of the pin, as evidence that Suzuha's father was here.
だがやはり偽造は良くない。嘘は嘘だ。
バレなければ。
I wave Daru silent and massage my temples. Need to think. What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. I mustn't let my emotions control me. I need to be more rational, more logical. There's a Japanese proverb, he who pursues two hares will catch neither. However, that sad smile on Suzuha's face. Now I understand what it meant. I feel something tighten deep within my chest. The next day, as night falls, I summon all lab mims except Kurisu to Radakan. It's boiling hot on the rooftop, even in the evening. When I provide Daru with the refreshing gift of cola, his sweating face lightens up.
おお、オカリン。ここでキンキンに冷えたカロリーゼロのコーラの差し入れとか気が利きすぎだろう。
Daru happily takes the cola and chugs it straight from the bottle. Afterwards, Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away.
ねえねえオカリン、あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
ああ、そうだな。
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど、すずさんが無事でよかったね。あれって操作がとっても難しいんだって。重力うんたらかんたら装置の座標がちょっとでもずれるとね、タイムマシンごとゼリーマンになっちゃってプルンプルン化なんだそうです。しかもね、あのタイムマシンってセルン製じゃないからあんまり安定してないって。1975年に行く時が心配だな。二人乗りだったらね、一緒に行ってあげられたのにね。
お前が一緒に行ってどうするのだ。
決まってるよ。すずさんの手をギューって握ってね。大丈夫、マユシーが一緒だから大丈夫だよって応援してあげるの。ねえねえオカリン、あのタイムマシンって名前はついてるのかな。
気になるならタイタンに直接聞けばいい。
ああ、そうだね。マユシーうっかりしてたよ。
Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha. She returns a few seconds later.
名前あった。 FG204 なんとかなんとかだって。っていうかね、ダルくんとすずさんって結構お似合いだと思わない？
I look at Daru and Suzuha again.
ダルはそもそもフェイリス萌えだ。
あ、そっか。 なのかな。
She tilts her head to the side.
ねえねえ、マユシーもタイムマシンもっとよく見てきていいかな。
I nod and Mayuri runs over to the time machine again. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. As Mayuri leaves, Suzuha comes over to stand beside me. Her shadows are long and murky in the fading light.
橋田至ってすごいね。タイムマシンさ、突貫工事とはいえうまくすると明日には直せるかもって。見た目は不節制そうで冴えない感じなのにね。
A refreshing breeze blows by. It was quite hot a few minutes ago, but the temperature's finally starting to drop.
さ、今言わないと機会を永遠に逃しちゃいそうだから言うけど。聞いてる？
After a moment's hesitation, I give a little nod.
私さ、君たちには本当に感謝してるんだ。初めてこの時代に来た時、私の知ってる人は誰もいなくて、戦ってばっかりだった私の時代とは全然違ってて、この時代の方がすごく平和なのにさ、なんだか私にとってはすごく怖かった。でもさ、今こうして自分の全てを晒せる友達、仲間ができた。私が生まれる前に生きていた人たちと出会えて、私のためなんかにみんな頑張ってくれてる。それってとっても奇妙で、だけどとっても嬉しいんだよね。その気持ちは本当だから。
I've heard these words before. Just like last time, her tone is wistful.
あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head in an endless refrain.
この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて、癖があっていろいろと濃すぎて、最初はなんだこいつらなんて思ってたけどさ、いつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。知ってた？
I shake my head.
とにかくさ、喧嘩すら起きない。およそ争いって名のつくものは、ミクロなものからマクロなものまで全部消えちゃった。その代わり、みんな死んだ魚みたいな目をしてた。誰も覇気がなくて、歩く足はズリズリってすり足で、笑いはするけど怒ったり悲しんだりはしなくて、個性なんて誰も持ってなかった。みんなロボットみたいだった。この前君が私にすごく怒ったでしょ。あの時すごくびっくりして、すごくショックだったんだけど、同時にすごく嬉しくなったんだよ。
Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another.
君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは生き生きしてて、すごく眩しい。椎名真由里も橋田至も牧瀬クリスも、それに君も。私もみんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ。こうして頑張れてるのも 君たちと会えたおかげ、ほんのちょっとでもラボメンの一員になれてよかった。
She smiles then, a soft and sad smile that tears at my heart. This time, I know what that smile means.
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that if she traveled to 1975, she could never return.
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
The first time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to her original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036. She can't even return here to 2010. Not without living 35 years. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again. Suzuha chose this mission. To change the future. To save Mayuri. Unless Suzuha travels to 1975, Mayuri will die. But then, what about Suzuha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. How does she feel about that?
思い出を思い出を作ったことを後悔しているか？
どういうこと？
どうせ1975年へ行くのならば、この2010年において俺たちと仲良くならなければよかったと思ったことはないか？そうすればお前が捨てるべき生きてきた痕跡は一つで済んだ。お前は事実上2回自分の存在を殺すことになる。
もしかして橋田至から聞いた？
Suzuha frowns.
あいつもお前のことを心配している。
たく、誰にも言うなって念を押しといたのに。
どうなんだお前は1975年へ行くことについてどう思っている？
どうもこうもないよ。
Suzuha's expression suddenly hardens.
私は行かなきゃいけないんだ。それが私が選んだ道だし、父さんの意志でもある。
もし俺やダルが止めたら？
無視する。アットチャンネルでも言われた。私だけの考えで何億人にも影響を与えるような過去改変を行うとは何様だってね。でもさ、あんな未来にはなってほしくないから。私は君たちみたいに自由で笑い合って時には喧嘩もして争いがあって悲しい時もある。そんな人生を私が生まれた時代の人たちに送ってもらいたいし、未来を変えればきっと父さんも椎名真由里も君もセルンに殺されることなくなるだろうから。エゴかもしれないけど私は行く。
そのためならお前自身はどうなってもいいと？
何言ってんの？ 70年代だって悪くないよ。そこでまた君たちみたいな愉快な友達を作って自由に生きていくよ。
Just like that, Suzuha is back to her usual self. But despite her cheerful smile, I'm certain that her resolve was forged from fear and doubt, Doubt the likes of which few can imagine. Sorry, this chapter is going on very long. I was fooled to think that my words could sway her. Yo, speaking of very long, give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. Hold on. Now's your chance. You've got like a minute. See you soon. Hey gamers, I'm back. I think Ferris's D-mail was just a business decision for her father. Her reasons for it, I don't think we really know about that. But I think it might have just been an example to show, even though the entire cityscape has completely changed, that things haven't really diverged significantly on this attractor field. So I think that might have just been it, but yeah, Moeka, still don't know. Maybe one day. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Daru's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in Radacon's wall, but that's a small matter. Daru gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mayuri's jumping for joy, and Kurisu, who ran over as soon as she completed the time leap machine, is visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Suzuha is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the time machine's exterior. She likes it so much that she wants to bring it with her to 1975. Kurisu is worried about that it might cause a time paradox. My heart is still heavy. Should I let Suzuha leave like this? I chide myself for the thought. It's not my choice to make. Suzuha isn't from this time. If she doesn't want to stay, then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. Suzuha finishes securing her bicycle and turns to us with a soft smile. It's not the painful forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. So we're just gonna wing it. Fortunately, we have the time leap machine for insurance. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father.
みんな本当にサンキューね。なんてお礼を言っていいやら。マユシーたちのこと忘れちゃ嫌だよ。
俺なら僕とチュッチュしてください。
変態は自重しろ。
The lab mims pat Suzuha on the shoulder and offer words of encouragement, each in her own way.
そうだ、これ。
Suzuha offers me her father's pin. OSHM A7010. In the end, we couldn't decipher the inscription.
岡部倫太郎、これあげるよ。あのラボの片隅にでもいいからさ、置いといて。
お前。
Is she regretting her decision to leave? Is this pin meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here with us in this time?
ピンバッジのことだけどさ。
Daru hesitates for a moment, then steps forward.
それと同じ図柄でラボ面みんなの分を作ったらどうかな。ラボ面の証つうか。
ああ、それすっごくいいかもだ
珍
よ。
しく気が利くじゃない。
なんかそういう使い方してもらえると私としては照れちゃうな。
つうわけなんで画像はもう撮ったし、そのバッジは天音氏が持ってってよ。親父さんの大切な形見っしょ。
うん、そうする。
I stay silent. There's nothing I can say. I could stop Suzuha from leaving if I tried. But unless she goes, I can't save my Yuri.
はいはい、パンパカパーン。ここでマユシーから重大な発表があります。
Well, Mayuri suddenly raises her hands and calls for attention. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation, though I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could Mayuri have found out that she's fated to die? I quickly glance at Kurisu, but she seems just as confused as I am. Then what is it?
マユシーはですね、すずさんのお父さん、
マジ？
Mayuri puffs out her chest proudly.
会いたい会いたいよね。というわけで今日はお父さんに来ていただいてます。どこ？
Everyone, including me, start looking around. Mayuri has his hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be?
それでは発表します。すずさんのお父さんは
うお、セルフドラムロール？
じゃがじゃん。すずさんのお父さんは
Mayuri flashes Suzuha a grin.
ダルくんです。
She thrusts her finger at Daru. Our mouths drop. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter.
そのロジックはジョークになってないでしょう。そもそもこの変態が結婚なんてできるわけないし。
Bruh.
その言い草ひどくね？
いや、クリスティーナの言い草に全面的に同意する。ダルは30歳を超えて魔法使いにクラスチェンジするのが確定だ。
お前ら少しは自重しろ。でも事実だから反論できない。
Daru falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Suzuha herself, she clearly doesn't know how to react.
そもそも私の父さんこんなに太ってなかったよ。もうみんなダルくんに冷たいよ。
うわ、僕をかばってくれるのはマユシだけだよ。なんという天使。さては僕に惚れてるな。
Harsh.
マユシーの推理だとダルくんは絶対にすずさんのお父さんなの。
じゃあ聞かせてよ。どう証明したのか。
ピンバッジに書いてある文字のことをね、ずっと考えてたんだ。でね、じーって見てたら7010の7の部分がちょっと変だなって気づいて、これはね7じゃなくて2なんだよ。下の横棒がかすれて消えちゃってるだけ。え、本当に
Suzuha stares at the inscription on the pin again.
小さすぎてよくわかんないけど、デジカメで撮った画像を拡大するとね、気づくよ。
2010って西暦のこと？まさに今年のことじゃない。
だったら最初のアルファベットは何を意味するんだ？
That's what is inscribed on the pin.
簡単だよ。岡部、椎名、橋田、牧瀬でもって天音。
It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look.
これラボ面の頭文字じゃん。
2010年って言ったら何かなって考えたらね、ラボ面の年だって思って。
The year of the lab mims.
未来ガジェット研究所ができたのは今年だもん。そういうことか。 でね、すずさんから聞いた未来の話にはオカリンとクリスちゃんの話は出てくるけど、ダルくんの話はちっとも出てこなかったでしょ。
それを言うならマユシだって。
Dara's observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home.
マユシーはラボメンだけどタイムマシンは作れないし、争い事も好きじゃないから。
No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kurisu, Suzuha, and I know that, and we say nothing.
でもね、ダルくんはスーパーハッカーだし、オカリンの右腕だし、電話レンジちゃんだってオカリンとダルくんの2人で作ったんだから、名前が出てこなくちゃおかしいと思うの。
名前が出てこない。すなわち名前を偽っているっていうことね。
すずさんがいたレジスタンスを作った人の中にはオカリンとバレルタイターさんもいたんでしょ。で、2010年の秋葉にいた人でタイムマシンを独自に研究できる人で、オカリンのリーディングシュークリームを
リーディングしたいな。
それについて知ってる人ね。ダルくんならぴったりでしょ。
確かに。
それにね、すずさんがお父さんと会おうとしていた日のこと覚えてる？タイムマシンオフ会に行けばお父さんに会えると思ったんだよね。
We know that because we tailed her.
ちなみにダルくんもそのオフ会に行こうとしてたでしょ。
あれは日本 SF 史を語る上で重要なオフ会だったんだ、マジで。まあ天音氏の尾行ついでに潜り込めたからラッキーだったけど。
I don't remember that. It must have happened because of the D-mail I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memories from a previous world line, I don't acquire memories of events on new world lines.
父さんからそのオフ会の話を聞いたことがあって、子供の頃のことだからうろ覚えだったけど、とにかく行けば会えるかなって思ったんだ。
じゃああの会場で僕に会ってたらそれで解決だったって話？
どうかな。その時点では橋田至お父さんだとは認識できなかったかも。
Still, the evidence keeps piling up.
あとね、タイムマシンの名前 FG204 なんとかかんとかって言うんだけど、なんだっけ。 FG204 セカンドエディションバージョン 2.31。
そのネーミングセンスは間違いなくダル。
それに FG はね、きっとフューチャーガジェットの略だと思うんだ。
So Suzuha's time machine is future gadget number 204?
最後に名前、バレルタイターさんはね、ダルくんしか考えられないよ。
そういえば昨日の夜、まゆりからバレルの意味を教えてって聞かれたけど。
バレルはね、樽って意味なんだよね、クリスちゃん。
Kurisu nods.
タル？タル？ダル？
ダジャレ？でね、すずさん、 橋田至って10回言ってみて。なんで？言えばわかるよ。橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る。今「大太」って聞こえなかった？
聞こえた。
橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る。
マジで？
マジです。
I can't believe it. But with all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't deny it either. Everyone's jaw drops again. Only this time we're staring at Daru and Suzuha.
とってもお似合いの親子だと思うな。
プラシーボ効果かしらね。言われてみれば二人が似てるような気もしてきた。
Placebo effect. A placebo is something that seems like medicine but has no actual medicinal effect. However, when taken by a patient who believes it to be medicine, it gives them psychological stability. Despite placebos having no medicinal effect, there are many cases in which a patient's condition has improved.
お手柄だな。名探偵椎名真由里だ。
名探偵？そんなこと言われたの初めてだよ。
She's such a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone knows.
娘？天音氏が僕の？
Daru, wide-eyed, points at Suzuha while flapping his lips like a fish out of water.
父さん。
そういう時はパパと呼びなさい。
こんな時ぐらい変態はやめろよ。
父さん。
Suzuha tries to hold back her tears but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks. Seeing this, Daru stops his joking and lets Suzuha speak.
私来たよ。父さんに会うために。父さんが作ったタイムマシンに乗って。父さんのやろうとしていたことを私が絶対やり遂げるから。だから見ててほしい。
見てるよ。絶対見てるよ。
Suzuha walks up to Daru and hugs him gently. Daru awkwardly, but firmly hugs her back. Father and daughter reunited across time. I'm truly glad we can bring them together.
ちなみに君の母さんは可愛かった？ロリ顔で背が小さくてだけど巨乳ってのを希望。
Bro, that's not what I heard.
それは内緒に。
When Suzuha finally steps away from Daru, she's smiling once again.
さてと、これでこの世界線への未練はきれいさっぱり断ち切れたから、そろそろ行くよ。
待て。もう行くのか。父親と積もる話があったりしないのか。
What am I doing? Suzuha's mind's made up. I know that nothing I can say will convince her to stay. It's madness to even try. If she stays, Mayuri dies. I know that. So why am I trying to stop her?
私は大丈夫。きっと IBN5100 を手に入れてみせるから。
She looks at us with the face of a warrior.
未来を変えるのは君たちにかかってる。私は荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるから。そして君たちに責任を持って託すから。お願い。未来を変えてほしい。
Nobody speaks. Nobody nods. We don't have the words. But she sees it in our faces. Resolve. Suzuha has entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and silently swear to protect them to the end. The future Suzuha came from is not the future we desire. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time we'll make sure it never happens. Mayuri will live, Krisu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the future. That all these things may come to pass.
それじゃ35年後に会おうね。君たちにとっては数時間後か。あ、そうそう。タイムマシンが時間跳躍するとき、紫外線光がすごいから直視しない方がいいよ。
I want to look at it. With that final warning, Suzuha boards the time machine. She waves once, and then the hatch closes behind her. Moments later, the machine comes to life. A shrill alarm starts ringing. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the satellite's sudden activity. They all look up and point. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail is from Suzuha. Goodbye. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me the exact same message before leaving. But this time, the word holds a completely different meaning. I lift my eyes from the message to see the space around the time machine begin to warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops the fuselage. I squint my eyes against the brilliance.
Suzuha.
We'll never see her again. Not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in time. I know that I'll make the effort. But the next time that we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she will not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step into the light.
Suzuha! きっとまた会おうな。僕その時まで頑張るから。頑張るだなんてとっさにこんな言葉しか出なくて、自分のボキャブラリーの貧弱さが嫌になるけどさ。とにかく僕は頑張るから。鈴葉も頑張ってな。
His words probably can't reach her anymore. As the light grows more immense, I raise my hand to shield my eyes. Bathed in radiant particles, the cocoon slowly unfurls. The next thing I know, Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in Radakon's wall. Blech. The air is thick with the smell of ozone, and seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot while a summer breeze blows gently past. As if the wind were fate itself. Unfortunately, we don't have time to mourn her departure. In about an hour and a half, Moika's group will attack the lab. Before that happens, we need to acquire the IBN 5100 that Suzuha went to 1975 to obtain. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akiba. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBN 5100 to the lab. But when we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting for us. It seems Suzuha hasn't come yet. Kurisu gasps for breath while Mayuri calmly munches on a banana. As I check the lab for any sign of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catches my eye. The meter reads 0.337187%. Divergence hasn't changed. Reading Steiner didn't activate this time, so I suspect that might be the case. Let's think this through. I thought the divergence would change the instant Suzuha obtained the IBN 5100 in 1975. But maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instant Suzuha hands me the IBN 5100? Or will it change when we use the IBN 5100 to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive.
今はさ、鈴葉は54歳になってるわけっしょ?
After catching his breath, Daru speaks.
自分の娘が30以上も年上になってるのって見たいような見たくないような変な気分だお。
それどころか結婚してもう孫がいてもおかしくないわね。54歳なら。
つまり僕はこの年にしてひ孫の姿を拝めるとどんな顔していいかわかんねえ。
ひいおじいちゃんらしくドーンって構えてればいいと思うよ。
ひいおじいちゃんって言わんでくれ。
A knock on the door interrupts their idle chatter. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me. With a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety, I slowly open the door. Whoa, it's Suzuha! Instead of an old woman, we get a wall of muscle. Our disappointment is palpable.
なんだあなたか。
なあ、うちのバイト来てないか。
Mr. Brown peeks into the lab.
すずさんならね、35年前。
Shut up, Mayuri!
Kurisu covers Mayuri's mouth.
なんか知ってんのか？あいつどこ行ったんだよ。ここ数日ずっと休みっぱなしで次にいつバイト出るかわかんねえんだよな。携帯に電話しても繋がらねえし。
We don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave, not unless I want another cracked skull.
彼女は実家に帰ると言っていましたよ。もうここには来ないでしょう。
何？そうなのか？あのガキ、雇い主である俺には一言もなしか。
The future's changing. Isn't this proof? On my previous leaps, Mr. Brown never came by the lab. This must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign. Now, as long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again. Mr. Brown sighs, then turns to me with a serious expression.
まあいいわ。こうして訪ねてきたのは岡部。おめえに用があるからだ。
俺に？
He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to Okabe Rintaro, but there's no stamp or postmark. The name Hashida Suzu is written on the back.
これは？
前に俺が世話になった人からの手紙だ。今日お前に渡してくれ。
Bruh.
え？誰だ？
おめえこそ すずさんとはどういう関係なんだ？
Suzu-san. Suzu-san. Of course! The name on the back reads Hashida Suzu. Hashida's Daru's surname.
この女性は今どこに？
いや、10年前に亡くなったんだ。
亡くなった？
She's dead. A wave of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet.
いくつぐらいの人だった？
50は超えてなかったな。
The age fits.
渡してくれて感謝します、ミスター・ブラウン。
これもしかしてすずさん？
マジで？なんで店長が？
Mr. Brown clearly doesn't understand our reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him again. He grumbles a bit and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open the envelope. Inside is a handwritten letter. The characters are slightly messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes transfixed, begin to read.
岡部倫太郎様、お久しぶりです。天音鈴葉です。橋田タイターの娘です。あなたにとってはつい数時間前以来のことかもしれない。今は西暦2000年の6月13日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい10年前ということになります。結論だけ書く。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した。私は失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した私は失敗した失敗。今は西暦2000年の6月14日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい9年前10年前になります。失敗した。私が私だということを思い出したのはほんの1年前だった。恐怖の大王が落ちるとか言われてた日。バカだバカだ。何が恐怖の大王だ。どうせなら落ちてくれればよかった。私はこの24年間記憶を失っていた。覚えていたのは名前ぐらいだった。思い出したのはほんの1年前だった。恐怖の大王が落ちると言われて落ちなかった日。恐怖の大王なんてどこにもいないけど私は死にたい。修理が完全じゃなかった。タイムマシンは不具合があった。私は1975年に飛んだ時何も覚えていなかった。それを今になって思い出す私は真っ白でどうしたらいいか分からず施設に保護された。今は一人暮らしをしているけどそれは橋田鈴というまっさらな人間として普通に生活してきただけで天音鈴葉としての使命は完全に忘れていて去年思い出した。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した。私は失敗。何が原因なの。タイムトラベルはうまくいかなかった。父さんの修理が完全じゃなかったんだ。でも父さんは悪くない。私が悪いんだ。まっすぐ1975年へ飛んでいればよかった。2010年に寄り道するべきじゃなかった。わがままを言ってる場合じゃなかった。これじゃ未来は変わらない。
IBN5100 は手には入れられなかった。ごめん。ごめんね。私は何のためにこの年まで生きてきたんだろう。使命を忘れてただのうのうと生きてきた。こんな人生何の意味もない。意味がない。意味がない。意味がない。思い出さなければよかった。思い出せてよかった。君に謝ることができてよかった。許して、許して、許して、許して、許して、許して。私の計画は狂ってしまった。その原因をこの1年考え続けていた。そして分かった。私が1975年へ飛ぶのを1日でもためらわなければこんなことにはならなかった。岡部倫太郎、君はあのタイムマシンオフ会の後、1975年へ飛ぼうとした私を引き止めた。それはとても嬉しかったけど、でもそこで引き止めたのは失敗だったんだ。私はあの日飛ばなければならなかったんだ。あの日を逃したらダメだったんだ。引き止められたから、その夜に雷雨があってタイムマシンが壊れてしまったんだ。もしも時間を戻せるなら、あの日の私を引き止めないようにしてほしい。そうすれば私は君たちに IBN5100 を届けられる。使命を果たせる。私は使命を果たしたい。父さんと約束したから。父さんの意志だから。私の未来を変えたいから。ごめん。ごめん。ごめん。こんな人生は無意味だった。
My hands curl, crumpling the page. I realize that I'm crying. Suzuha failed. She lost her memory. Her life was meaningless. This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces, like mine, are frozen in disbelief. I turn to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet.
ダル、タイムマシンは直したんじゃなかったのか。
治ってたはずだよ。はずだけど、そもそもタイムマシンを直すのなんて初めてだったし、見落としがあったのかも。
見落としたと。そのせいでお前の娘は24年間も記憶を失ったのだぞ。
僕だって好きで見落としたわけじゃ。
そうよ。二人とも落ち着きなさい。橋田はできる限りのことを精一杯やった。彼を責めるのはお門違いよ。
お前はなんでそんなに冷静なんだ。
こういう性格なの。悪かったな。とにかく落ち着け。
It's not Daru's fault, I know that. But it can't end like this, it can't. What was Suzuha feeling as she wrote this letter? I look again at the words scrawled upon the page, every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. Suzuha is dead 10 years ago. Wait, how did she die? Don't tell me. Mr. Brown must know what happened. I run to the window and check the street. Mr. Brown is outside, closing up shop.
ミスター・ブラウン
I run downstairs.
お岡部、例のラジカンの人工衛星消えたってよ。大騒ぎらしいぜ。
I guess it's already made the news.
そんなことより聞かせてください。
なんだ。
橋田鈴さんの亡くなった状況について。
知ってどうする？
He looks at me hard. I meet a stare, unflinching.
俺は今まで彼女の死について何も知らなかった。彼女の最後を知っておかなければならない。そんな気がするんです。そうしなくちゃいけないんだ。それがどんな最後だったにしろ、この胸に刻みつけておかないと。
単なる好奇心ってわけじゃなさそうだな。で、もう一度聞くが、すずさんとはどういう関係だ？
古い知り合いです。
And that's all I can say.
とても古い知り合いで、でも彼女と過ごしたわずかな時間は今もはっきり思い出すことができるんです。聞かせてください。
あまり言いたくはないんだがな。これから俺が言うことは心して聞けよ。いいか？
I slowly nod, and then I get my answer.
自殺だ。
The word drops on my heart like an anvil. My knees give out. I collapse to the pavement. Suicide.
自宅で首をつってな。俺が第一発見者だ。
My life was meaningless. I recall the last words she wrote in her letter. Words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end.
そんなことになる1年ぐらい前から精神的に随分不安定になってな。それまでは明るくて優しい人だったんだが、俺はあの人の家に下宿させてもらってたんだ。すずさんは天涯孤独だったし、葬式にはほとんど人は来なかった。寂しいもんだったぜ。さっきの手紙はすずさんが死ぬ1週間前に渡された。2010年の今日になったら岡部倫太郎という青年に渡してくれってな。すずさんは予知能力でも持ってたのかと思ったぜ。おめえが上に越してきた時はな。
Enough. I can't take it anymore. I try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble, but before I fall, a small body supports my shoulder.
おかり、大丈夫？
Mayuri. It must be taking all her strength to hold me up. Did Mayuri hear how Suzu had died? Her eyes are wet, her lips are trembling. Still, she's the one supporting me. Mayuri and I bowed deeply to Mr. Brown and returned to the lab. When we get back, Daru's seated at his computer, head on the table. Kurisu's standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about the Radicon. The disappearance of the satellite is huge news, obviously. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. I look at the table. The divergence meter still reads 0.337187%. It hasn't changed since before Suzu had left. What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with a time leap machine. I can't do anything about Suzuha's death. Should I have stopped her from leaving after all? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. No, what choice did I have? I can't save Mayuri without the IBN 5100. Suzuha had to travel to 1975. I consider my options. What if I redo these 2 days again? Could Daru fix the time machine so it doesn't happen? Is fixing the time machine even possible? Daru's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hand 26 years in the future. It seems logical that he'd be able to fix it, but look at it another way. It took Daru a whole 26 years to learn enough to build the time machine, and he had to reverse engineer Steins to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect our Daru to perform flawless repairs in only 2 days. In that case, can I have Daru use the time leap machine and repeat these 2 days until he repairs it? No, he'll have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I collapse onto the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mayuri sits next to me and gently rubs my back. I'm grateful to her kindness. I recall that Suzuha wrote, or what Suzuha wrote, if you can't go back to that day, please let me leave. The D-mail I sent. Could that be the cause? On the original world line, Suzuha leapt to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with the outcome, I sent a D-mail to convince myself to follow Suzuha and prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. If I hadn't followed Suzuha that day, if I hadn't sent that D-mail to myself, her time machine would not have malfunctioned. She would have arrived safely in 1975. The solution's obvious. I need to cancel that D-mail. But can I really do that? If I change the past so that Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akiba. Her heartfelt confession on the roof of the Radicon. Her tearful reunion with her father Daru. All of it will be undone. What do I do? An urgent bulletin pops up on the TV. I look up in surprise. Bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin Tohoku lines. Damn, Moeka's men will be here any minute. There's no time to think, no time to hesitate. I run downstairs, break into the Brontube workshop, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. And then I return to the lab and activate the time leap machine.
Okabe, どうするつもり?
Krisu demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes.
なんとかしなければならない。このままでいいはずはないんだ。
オカリ、無茶はダメだよ。
Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. I can't let this stand. There are 2 options. I can cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue Suzuha. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can time leap again and prevent Suzuha from leaving. 2 options, but really just one. Do not hesitate, Okabe Rintaro. Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail. Is CERN trap. That should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go.
クリス、お前は日付を正確に覚えている特技があったな。
ええ、まあ。
鈴葉の励まし会をやったのはいつだ
？4日前、8月9日。
オカリ、D メールを送るの？でもそうしたら全部消えちゃうんだよ。
4 days. It may not sound like much, but in that time we forged a definite bond with Suzuha. To send this email is to sever that bond. I know that. I know that. But this is the only choice I have. I set the phone wave to 97 hours ago. This email should arrive a few hours after the first. Now I just need to send it. Save my Yuri. That's my purpose. That's what drove me to leap through time. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. This is just one more sacrifice. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy whatever bond you had. Send the D-mail. Push the button. Isn't that what Suzuha wants? You'll be saving her for 25 years of loneliness and from ending her life in utter despair. Save Suzuha. Save my Yuri. Oop. This is the right thing to do. This is right. But is it really? Is erasing those memories really the right thing to do? Isn't that just running away from reality? Shouldn't I try time leaping first? Maybe there's another way. What should I do? What's the right choice? Stop, you're starting to doubt. Never doubt. I don't know the answer. But I need to reach a conclusion or else. I can't. I can't do it. I can't send this email. Acting on impulse, I don the headgear and punch in a 48-hour time leap. I ignore her and bite down hard on my lip. As the taste of blood fills my mouth, I press the button. The world twists. My legs shake. I cover my eyes and wait for my senses to return to normal. 1,000 emotions stampede through my skull, then fade away. I stare vacantly at Kurisu standing in front of me. At first, I can't hear her over the buzzing in my ears, but little by little her voice becomes clear.
ほら、ふらついてるじゃない。まだ2日目なのに、そんなに疲れててどうすんのよ。
Damn, not only do we have the main character in chat, but we also got the streamer in chat too. Shit, dude. Kurisu thrusts her fingers at me like an angry school teacher.
ピンバッジはきっと見つかる。まだ時間はあるんだから、そんなに焦らないで。それより、あんたにぶっ倒れられたら、私はともかく、まゆりが心配するでしょ。少しは自分の体もいたわりなさい。
The time leap worked.
はあ、わかってる。
I nod to Kurisu, then collapse onto the sofa. Yo, game, can you fucking just end this chapter already? Goddamn, it's been 6 hours. Please. Please, let me go. I want to eat. I want to live my life game. Let me go do something with my day. Why is this one so long? In a sense, I'm running away. But there was no other choice. No other way to save Suzuha and Mayuri both. In 2 days, Mayuri will die and Suzuha will be lost to the past. If these 2 days are all we have left, then all I can do is repeat them forever. Let these 2 days be the rest of my life. Oh hey, it's over. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child.
気持ちいいね。
なんで僕がこんなことに付き合わなきゃいけないんだ。
同感だわ。っていうか、風強すぎ。
ダル君はね、メタボだからもっと運動しておくべきだと思うよ。
デブオタ上等。
Fat Neckbeard Master Race. Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
いい景色だな。
From here, you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Akiba and the jumbled sprawl of central Tokyo are a 2-hour ride behind us. Here on the artificial island, there are only skyscrapers and vacant lots, one extreme or the other. One time, I took a bus back to Akiba after Kamima, so I already knew how close it was, but I never thought I'd come here by bike. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted a change of pace from the search for the unidentifiable pin, so I proposed this cycling expedition. Of course, I already know who the pin belongs to and who Suzuha's father is. But I have chosen not to tell anyone. If at all possible, I want to spend these 2 days in peace and delay Suzuha's time travel. That's my goal now.
出発するまではさ、ただの時間の無駄遣いと思ってたけど、たまにはこういう時間も必要な生き物なんだね、人間って。
私はタイムリープマシンを作ってる方が楽しい。
引きこもりが最強だと今日証明されました。2
人ともグダグダだね。だらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
Kurisu and Daru are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
水は自動販売機はまだ。今ならコップ1杯分の水のために人殺しもできそうだお。
残念ながらこの橋を含めてあと2つ橋を渡らないとコンビニはない。そこまで辛抱しろ。
マジで無理。もう無理。
オカリン、詳しいんだね。この辺来たことあるの？
ああ、何度も。
How long have I been living in this closed loop of time? It's already getting hard to keep track of the days, so instead I think of it as 2-day cycles. This should be the 4th cycle. This time, only I know that Mayuri is fated to die. By keeping that secret, I allow us to spend these days like normal kids our age would. This cycling expedition is part of that. Suzuha and Mayuri enjoy the ride, so I make sure to we do it each time I repeat the loop. Our current destination is Tokyo Big Sight, the massive convention center in Ariake. After a few days, it will be home to Kamima, the world's largest doujinshi marketplace event.
ここまで来ればビッグサイトはすぐだ。あと10分もしないうちに着くだろう。
その前に休憩を。
Daru has used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail separating us from the road. I turn and pull up next to Daru's bike.
そのままの格好でいると危ないぞ。体を起こせ。
ちょっと休ませてよ。
危ないんだと言っているだろう。
I sigh and pull Daru by the arm.
わかったから。
Daru stands up. A second later, a huge truck speeds past. The gust of wind left in its wake nearly bowls us over. The bridge sways beneath our feet.
危ねえ。
It probably wouldn't have hit him anyways, but still, best to be careful.
オカリンのおかげで助かった。
なんかね、今のオカリン、未来が見えてたみたいだったね。
D メールでも使ったんでしょ。
Mayuri's innocent smile. Kurisu's cynical grin. To them it's a joke, but they're not mistaken. The only thing they got wrong was that I didn't send a D-mail. I time-leaped. Suzuha's eyes meet mine. She was laughing just a moment ago, but now she looks confused, uncertain. I avert my eyes.
聖地よ、私は帰ってきた。
Daru, his vigor restored, faces big sight with his arms spread wide.
人がいない時に来るのって初めてだよ。
こんなに広かったのね。なのにコミマ中は人で埋め尽くされるとかありえない。
In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Kamima, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
ねえねえ、マユシーはお腹空いちゃった。
近くにファミレスあるべ。そこで一休みしようよ。
帰りも同じ距離を走らないといけないのよね。それを考えたら鬱だ。
The three of them go searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha is still gazing at the big sight.
鈴葉、どうした？
I ask the question, though I already know how she'll answer. She's excited to see Big Sight in real life.
ビッグサイト、生で見られて感動。
Suzuha's eyes are shining.
2036年にはさ、ビッグサイトってなくなっちゃってるんだよね。より大規模な埋め立て計画の一環で、もっと大きなイベント会場がゴロゴロしてる。ドームだってあの辺に移転してきてるし。
Suzuha points at the middle of Tokyo Bay.
でもさ、さっき橋田至が言ってたけど、ここって聖地扱いされてるんだよね。コミマっていうすごいイベントがあるんでしょ。私の母さんもそのイベントに参加してて、そこで父さんと会ったんだって話してくれたよ。
なるほど。お前の母親は不女子だった可能性があるな。
だからさ、ずっと見たかったんだよね。ありがとう、岡部倫太郎。ちょっとだけ父さんに近づけた気がする。
A sharp pain stabs through my heart. I know who Suzuha's father is. He's right over there. But I won't tell her. Not until the afternoon of the 13th, when the time loop machine's complete. For now, I just want to prolong these 2 days of peace.
オーカリー、すずさん、早く早く。ほら、呼んでる。行こうよ。私もお腹空いちゃった。
Suzuha grabs my hand and we take off running. Somehow, I manage to force a smile. Today was fun. Tomorrow will be fun. Every day will be fun forever. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin to ascend the Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve slowly, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child.
気持ちいいね。
なんで僕がこんなことに付き合わなきゃいけないんだ。
同感だわ。はあっていうか風強すぎ。
ダルくんはね、メタボだからもっと運動しておくべきだと思うよ。
デブオタ上等。
Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
いい景色だな。
From here, you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to the Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rent-a-cycles. I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed a cycling expedition.
出発するまではさ、ただの時間の無駄遣いと思ってたけど、たまにはこういう時間も必要な生き物なんだね、人間って。
私はタイムリープマシンを作ってる方が楽しい。
引きこもりが最強だと今日証明されました。
二人ともグダグダだね。だらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
水は自動販売機はまだ。今ならコップ一杯分の水のために人殺しもできそうだお。
残念ながらこの橋を含めてあと2つ橋を渡らないとコンビニはない。そこまで辛抱しろ。
I reply mechanically.
マジで無理。もう無理。
オカリン、詳しいんだね。この辺来たことあるの？
ああ、何度もな。
I would appreciate it if people could just shut up and not spoil every single moment in the video game. If you could just shut the fuck up, please. Oh God. Why can't you? Why do you have so much trouble? What cycle is this? My 10th? It must be more than that by now. I'm still repeating the same 2 days. Moika's attack, Mayuri's death. Those things will never, ever happen. Today, once again, we're off on an adventure.
ここまで来ればビッグサイトはすぐだ。あと10分もしないうちに着くだろう。
その前に休憩を。
Daru has used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail separating us from the road. I turn and pull up next to Daru's bike.
そのままの格好で。
I swallow my words. Thoughts too dark to be my own suddenly slip into mind. What will happen if I don't pull Daru back? Will the truck catch Daru's fat? Will it send him flying like a rag doll? Will it take off his head? Will blood spray from the stump like a crimson fountain? Will the girl scream, I wonder? Let's find out. What difference does it make if Daru dies? I can just time leap again, can't I? Go back to the start of the loop, and Daru will be good as new. Besides, everyone needs a little spice in their life. For these 2 days, I'm God. I choose who lives and who... The sound of a horn blasts my eardrums. Daru jerks back from the guardrail. A split second later, the truck howls past. Daru loses his balance and falls on his butt.
ちょっと 大丈夫？
怪我はない？
Kurisu and Suzuha get off their bicycles and help Daru up.
今のトラックひどいよ。
The truck has already crossed the intersection after the bridge. We watch it drive away.
ビビった。つうかなんなんあのトラック。ふざけんなよ。ナンバー見とけばよかった。そしたら通報しましたってできるのに。
事故が起きたわけじゃないし、通報しても無意味でしょ。
Everyone's fussing over Daru. I stand a few steps away, staring at my hands. I'm glad it ended as something to laugh about. But what was I thinking just now? I began this loop so that no one would be hurt. So that Mayuri would live and Suzuha would never have to go back in time. Yet, just now, I was ready to watch Daru die. Some part of me wanted it to happen.
岡部倫太郎。
I cower in reflex upon hearing my name. Suzuha is staring at me. There are questions in her eyes. She can't have heard my dark thoughts just now. And yet, I feel like she can see right through me.
顔色悪いよ。
オカリン、僕よりガクブルしてるとかおかしくね？
ああ。何しろスーパーハッカーに死なれては我がラボは大打撃だからな。
I use a purposefully extravagant tone to cover up my guilty thoughts and start pedaling.
休憩は終わりだ。行くぞ。
I am this world's observer. Nothing can escape my subjectivity. Everything and everyone exists as I willed it. Mayuri, Kurisu, Daru, even Suzuha. Here we can live in peace and harmony. None of us need ever face death. A 48-hour eternity. I am the creator of this paradise. And so, I know. Tomorrow will be another wonderful day.
聖地よ、私は帰ってきた。
Daru, his vigor restored, greets Big Sight with his arms spread wide.
人がいない時に来るのって初めてだよ。
こんなに広かったのね。なのにコミマ中は人で埋め尽くされるとかありえない。
In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Kamima, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
ねえねえ、マユシーはお腹空いちゃった。
近くにファミレスあるべ。そこで一休みしようよ。
帰りも同じ距離を走らないといけないのよね。それを考えたらいつだ。
The three of them go searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha is still gazing at Big Sight. My eyes roam her body. Those tight legs. That slender body. Her clothes accentuate all her fine curves. Her breasts are surprisingly large. Something stirs in my heart. Hot and heavy like thick lava. It whispers to me words like poison. What if I lure her into a dark corner and have my way with her? What then? Getting her alone would be simple enough. All I have to do is offer information on her father and she'll follow me anywhere. To make matters easier, Noamane Suzuha exists in present-day Japan. No documents proving Japanese citizenship, not even a birth certificate. It's only natural. She won't be born for another 7 years. So even if she runs to the police, nobody will believe a word she says. I imagine she'll put up a fight. She was a member of the resistance in her time. I know she's stronger than she looks. But she's still just a girl. It may take some doing, but I'll have my way with her in the end. Another me, Ho'oin Kyoma perhaps, is whispering inside my head. You want a woman, don't you? It says. Of course you do. It's instinct. So what if she's Daru's daughter? So what if she's on a mission to save the future? Forget about that. She's a fine woman, that's all. You're not a saint, Okabe Rintaro. What was it you call yourself again? That's right, an insane mad scientist. If you're really insane, then let's see you snap. Remember, you have the power of a god. You can rape her, and then undo it with a time leap machine. And hey, while you're at it, why not taste the same girl's virginity over and over again? Wouldn't that be something? All those virgins only freaks would kill to be you. Bro, come on. Think of what else you can do with the time leap machine. Murder, steal, kidnap, destroy. Is that the best you can do, Okabe Rintaro? Is that really all the evil in your heart? Well, I guess we're only human after all. Think about it, Okabe Rintaro. Sure, you wanted this loop, but repeat the same 2 days forever? Sounds like torture to me. Aren't you tired of it already? These 2 days should be your paradise. How about instead, organize a day to go to the aquarium instead? You don't gotta do the bike ride every time. There could be ways to avert this. Forget about petty laws and morals. You're a hunter. Taboos mean nothing to you. Hunt your prey and eat your fill. The voice is right. I'm the observer. I am God. I can do anything. Do her. Kill her. Bro. No one can judge me in this closed loop of time. Forget your morals. Trust your primal urges. Follow your instincts. I cover my ears and avert my eyes from Suzuha. Bzz, bzz. My ears are ringing. Oh, I thought that might be a cell phone. Someone is trying to crush my soul, projecting thoughts not my own onto the screen of my heart.
Okabe Rintaro?
Suddenly, Suzuha grabs me by the shoulders and peers into my face. The warmth from her hands make the buzzing grow louder. I'm afraid to look at Suzuha with these dark feelings clogging my mind. I shake her off and flee towards Big Sight. I need to get away from Suzuha. If I don't, I might give in to the urge. I stare at my hands. Clench, open, clench, open, repeat, repeat. My hands still move, just as I expect them to, just as I order them to. But those dark impulses, the devil's whispers, how can I explain those? What the hell was that? What's happening to me? I start to tremble. My teeth chatter. The sun's hot enough to burn my skin, but I feel cold. I'm afraid of myself. I'm still okay, aren't I? I am Ho'oin Kyoma. Okabe Rintaro, the insane mad scientist with a fetish for science and chaos. See, I still know who I am.
まだってなんだよ。
What is that supposed to mean? Will I eventually lose control of myself? Am I going to break? Like a Mobius strip, the same 2 days go round and 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 round. But today, I failed to keep them the same. My feelings became twisted. Today on Harumi Bridge, I didn't just hesitate to save Daru. I nearly yielded to my dark emotions. Dark emotions. Dark impulses. Emotions seeping with venom. I listened to their poisonous, disgusting whispers, and I was almost drawn in. There's no denying it. Worse, that was but a taste of what might lurk inside my heart. If those emotions attack me again, this time crashing over me like a tsunami, will I be able to control myself? Mayuri, Kurisu, Daru, Suzuha. Will I be able to keep myself from hurting them no matter what? Will I be able to keep everyone safe in this loop I made for Mayuri and Suzuha's sake? Do I really have such strength? I don't know. That answer is hardly reassuring, but for now, it's the only answer I've got. This endless loop is the world I wished for. I can only protect this world. Only I can protect this world. I pray that those impulses were just a fluke, that they'll never resurface again. I ask only that tomorrow be peaceful. Hold on, I hear Joker screaming. Hold on. Joker. Come in here, buddy. Come on. Hey, Joker. Joker here to just enjoy a nice story. Okay, I'm back. The wind caresses my cheek. I push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child.
気持ちいいね。
なんで僕がこんなことに付き合わなきゃいけないんだ。
同感だわ。っていうか、風強すぎ。
ダル君はね、メタボだからもっと
Joker, bro, are you ready to leave already?
運動しておくべきだと思う
Alright,
よ。
whatever. Hold on. He had his fill. He was like, anime cringe. Bye, bro.
デブオタ上等。
Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha on her trusty mountain bike.
いい景色だな。
From here, you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to the Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Except for Suzuha, we're all using Renacycles. I wanted to change a pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I proposed this cycling expedition.
出発するまではさ、ただの時間の無駄遣いと思ってたけど、たまにはこういう時間も必要な生き物なんだね、人間って。
私はタイムリープマシンを作ってる方が楽しい。
引きこもりが最強だと今日証明されました。
二人ともグダグダだね。だらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
Kurisu and Daru are exhausted while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
水は自動販売機はまだ今ならコップ一杯分の水のために人殺しもできそうだお
やればいい。
え
Everyone turns to look at me.
やってみろよ。人殺し。
ネタにマジレスですか
ああ、マジだ。どうしてやらないんだ？やりたいならやればいいじゃないか。
ちょっと岡部、あんたいきなり何言い出してんのよ。
オカリン、そういうこと言っちゃダメなんだよ。
つうか、オカリンなんでキレてんの？
別に。コンビニが橋を2つ渡った先にある。そこまで文句言わずに耐えろ。
そうなん。意外と距離あるな。
Hundreds of days have passed since this began. Maybe thousands. How many cycles has it been? I've repeated this loop so many times that I've grown tired of keeping track. I can barely remember the reason I started. The days go by like tearing pages from a calendar. Everyone says the same things. Everyone responds in the same way. I've noticed my biorhythms seem a bit off, but aside from that, every day is the same. Same. Yes, subtle deviations occur. But it's all within acceptable limits. In the end, the result is always the same. Everything that happens is insignificant, meaningless, pointless. I'm the only one still living in this loop. Everyone else is just being kept alive by me. We're just spinning our wheels in a dead world. My soul died some cycles back. I don't remember. This isn't life. Mayuri's death, Moika's raid, Suzuha's time travel. I may have cared about those things once. Not anymore. When did I stop caring? When did I become a machine looping and looping for all eternity? Nothing matters. When these 2 days are over, they will start again. Everything will be reset. I will reset it myself. Then I guess it's pointless to worry. Ridiculous. How many times have I repeated this loop? My senses have gone dull. It's getting harder to respond to things I see and hear. I feel detached, like I'm isolated inside a thin membrane. And I've already gotten used to it. I don't find it inconvenient anymore. I simply adapted. I simply optimized. To this far too narrow world, to this far too gentle world, why shouldn't I adapt? This is my world.
僕はサイクリングをやめるぞ
Daru has used up the last of his strength. While still on his bike, he rests his body against the guardrail separating us from the road. I stop my bicycle and watch him passively. The horn blares. Daru jerks away from the rail. A split second later, the truck howls past. Daru loses his balance and falls on his butt.
あぶねえ
ちょっと大丈夫？
怪我はない？
Kurisu and Suzuha get off their bicycles and help Daru up.
今のトラックひどいよ。
The truck has already crossed the intersection after the bridge. We'll watch it drive away.
はあビビったつうかなんなんあのトラックふざけんなよナンバー見とけばよかったそしたら通報しましたってできるのに
通報しろよ。
The truck's number smoothly rolls off my tongue. I've seen it so many times, it's like a brand on my brain.
教えたぞ。ほら通報しろ。
I hold my phone out.
オカリン、僕へなんか恨みあんの？
お前が通報したいと言うから、通報する機会を与えてやっただけだろ。
My tone is flat. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
確かに橋田のだらけた態度は良くないけど、岡部も感じ悪すぎよ。
仕切るな、委員長キャラ。
何よ。
喧嘩は良くないよ。ダル君は無事だったんだし、めでたしめでたしだよ。ね。
I ignore my Yuri and shove my phone at Daru.
通報しないのか？
まあ、今回のところはこれで勘弁してやるっつうことで。
I sigh and put away my phone. Suzuha is staring at me again. She looks like she wants to say something. But who cares what she thinks? I feel nothing. The tired Kurisu, the re-energized Daru, and the ever-energetic Mayuri repeat the same conversation I've seen hundreds of times. And then they go search for the restaurant. I turn my back to them and walk toward the sea. But Suzuha stands in front of me, blocking my way. Her eyes bore into mine. I try to pass without saying anything. But she cuts me off. I see the serene concern in her eyes, but I can no longer sway my heart, not even a little.
あのさ、あるテレビ記者が雪の街に取材に来て、そこで時間の連鎖に絡め取られちゃうって映画なかったっけ？
What? What the hell is she talking about?
恋はデジャビューだったかな。私にとってはすごく古い映画なんだけど、私がいた2036年ではさ、セルンの検閲があって、新しい映画はどれもこれもつまんないんだよね。だから古い映画ばっか見てた。恋はデジャビューもそのうちの一本。
知らないな。
あの映画、私は納得いってないんだよね。
I was trying to brush her off, but Suzuha keeps talking.
だって主人公が特に何かしたわけでもないのにさ、時間の無限ループは綺麗さっぱりなくなっちゃうじゃん。で、主人公は善人になってハッピーエンド。なんかいまいちな脚本だった。今の君、今の私たち、映画と同じ状況に置かれてるんじゃない？なんとか言いなよ、岡部倫太郎。君はこの世界を知ってる。そうでしょ？
Her gaze seems to pierce through everything. I find myself blinking involuntarily. Then my eyes drop to my feet.
何が言いたい？
A hoarse voice leaks from the back of my throat. It doesn't sound like my own.
私はこのビッグサイトを今初めて見た。でも私がビッグサイトを見たのはこれが初めてじゃない。
I feel my heart skip a beat. Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
言葉遊びか。
私たちは前にもここに来たんでしょ。君は何度も今日という日を経験してるんでしょ。一体何度目なの？答えて。
Suddenly, Suzuha seizes my arm.
今の君さ、 死んだような目をしてる。わかるんだ。その目、私がいた2036年の人たちと同じだから。岡部倫太郎、私を見て、心を殺さないで。
Slowly, feelings rise from the depths of my heart, like an oil machine grinding back to life.
マキセ・クリスが完成させる予定のタイムリープマシン。それを使って君は何度もこの時間をループしてる。そうだよね。
だから
なんでこんなこと。
さあな、もうその理由もどうでもよくなってきている。
君は何から逃げてるの？
そう、確かに逃げている。逃げ込んだマユリを殺させないために。
それは私が1975年へ飛べば解決されることで。
いいや、お前は失敗する。そして孤独な25年を過ごした挙句、首をつって死んでいくんだよ。
何を。
だから俺はこのループに逃げ込んだ。マユリもお前も死なせないために。
That's it. And that was the reason. I entered this loop resolved to save them, but my resolve has long since turned to dust.
この2日間を繰り返してさえいれば何も変わらず誰も死なない。俺はその繰り返しを受け入れた。
それは君の主観だよ。世界は君に関係なく未来へと続いていくの。君がこの2日間を何千回何万回ループさせたって椎名真由里が死ぬことに変わりはない。根本的解決にはならない。
俺は別に。
My lips twist into a self-deriding smile.
根本的解決をしようなんて思わない。
いつまでもこのループを続けるつもり？
そうだ。それを受け入れた。
何が受け入れたなの？自分がおかしくなり始めてることに気づいてないの？
おかしくなったとしても世界は続く。2日間のループは続く。俺がおかしくなってもループは止めない。
時間の止まった世界でこのまま生きていくことに耐えられるの？君はこの輪を永遠に終わらせることはできないんだよ。肉体的には死ぬことはない。でも岡部倫太郎、君の心は死に始めてる。
だってしょうがないだろう。俺には誰かを無慈悲に犠牲にする覚悟なんてないんだ。真由里も鈴葉も仲間だ。どちらも失うわけにはいかない。
Suzuha hangs her head with a sorrowful expression. Is the interrogation over? I try to end the conversation by walking towards the sea again, but she grabs my hand to stop me.
まだ何かあるのか？
私は首を吊って死ぬって本当？
ああ、
ABN5100 を手に入れるのを失敗するのも。
ああ。
Suzuha bites her lip and hangs her head. Maybe I shouldn't have told her the truth, but it doesn't really matter. If I time leap again, this conversation will have never happened.
ねえ、岡部倫太郎。だったら一緒に行く？
何？
一緒に行くかって聞いたの。1975年へ。
That's the last thing I expected to hear. Go with her to 1975.
俺が行ってどうなる？
Suzuha grasps my hand tightly.
私が失敗しないように助けてもらう。あるいは未来を変えるための別の方法を探す。
できるのか？
My heart beats. My eyes open. Color returns to the world.
世界線はもしかするととんでもない方向へ分岐するかもしれない。あるいは君の知ってる世界じゃなくなるかもしれないし、みんながラボメンとして君の仲間になるかどうかもわからなくなるし、そもそも椎名真由里も橋田至も牧瀬クリスも生まれないかもしれない。生まれたとしても違う名前を付けられるかもしれない。でも1975年なら2010年のアトラクタフィールド大分岐に到達するまで35年もある。どうやればいいのかはわからないけど、世界線を変えるための準備期間はたっぷりできるよ。それでもいいなら一緒に行かない？うん。本音は誰かに一緒に来てほしいんだ。
Someone. In other words, it doesn't have to be me.
私は失敗すると分かっているのに飛ぶのは嫌だよ。それこそ犬死にだもん。だから一緒に来て、私を助けて。それに今の君を見てられない。君をこのループから助け出したい。このループを続けて心が擦り切れるのを待つ。それは来るはずのない終わりで、その終わりが来ればさ、また時間は動き出すんだよ。君の心が完全に死んだ時、椎名真由里は予定通りに死ぬ。私は予定通りに失敗し首を吊る。君は看板に自殺をしようとしてるだけ。そんなことするぐらいなら一緒に来て。私を助けて。
俺は。
The hands of my clock stopped ticking long ago.
俺は。
Now, slowly, they begin to move forward.
行くよ。お前と一緒に行く。連れて行ってくれ。
サンキュー。ごめん。ずっと気づいてあげられなくて。
Suzuha gently embraces me, as if to warm my frozen heart. The wind blows, the clouds flow and change shape. Sunset. The sky is so terribly orange. The color of dawn, the color of dusk, the color of the world's end, the color of the world's beginning. While Daru was repairing the time machine, I let my mind rest. I avoided all contact, slept like a log, and tried to piece my soul back together. On the afternoon of the 13th, I received words that the repairs are completed. I send an email calling all members to a meeting. Then, as everyone else gathers at the lab, I head to Radicon alone. Suzuha is waiting there, standing before the time machine with glistening eyes. She gives me one last warning.
何度も言うようだけどさ、タイムマシンは一方通行なんだ。行ったら戻ってくることはできないよ。それでも一緒に行ってくれる？
I slowly nod.
お前こそ大丈夫か？おそらくかなり高い確率でタイムトラベル後の俺たちは記憶を失う。
私が記憶を取り戻したのは24年後だったよね。でも今回は君がいる。何かが変わるかもしれない。
希望的観測だ。
じゃあ降りる？私は降りない。
もう覚悟はできている。
I don't know how it'll turn out. We're certainly at a disadvantage. But still, I never thought I'd be so thankful to not know what's coming next. It's so stimulating, it sends a shiver down my spine. I feel like I'm actually here.
みんなにはなんて説明したの？
別れは告げてきた。
Mayuri, Daru, Kurisu. I left them each a handwritten letter. The lab is probably chaos by now. I also mailed letters to my parents and my friends at school, telling them to not look for me. My parents will probably be sad, but this time, I'm not running away. I want to believe I'm not running away.
なんかさ、
Suzuha stands next to me, looking at the time machine. She finally smiles, though her eyes still shine with unshed tears.
駆け落ちするみたいだね。
後ろめたいことは何もない。むしろ俺は鈴葉に感謝している。お前が誘ってくれなかったら俺は今もあの輪の中で死んだまま生き続けただろう。ありがとう鈴葉。これから一緒に未来を変えるために戦うぞ。
We clasp our hands. Suzuha's grip is so strong, it kind of hurts. But that pain tells me I'm alive. Nobody sends us off. Nobody could. This is a one-way trip through time. Once we go, there's no coming back. 1975. That's before I was even born. We're headed for the past. No, for a future that has yet to be written. Not the world line Suzuha left, nor the world line she desired. We're reaching for an entirely new future. Our eyes meet. Our hands clasp tightly.
行こう。
ああ。
The time has come for us to depart. Our mission to change 35 years of history. We boldly lift our heads, ready to challenge fate. Together. Whoa, cool! The whole game's over. Man, I can't wait to play the next one. It was a little depressing there at the end, but I enjoyed it. I'm pretty satisfied with that, so I guess I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one. I don't know what we'll be playing. I'll find something. Anyways, see ya. Oh, I need to go back and do the thing?
What? Really? What, you're just saying this is an ending?
Oh, okay. Then I guess I'll keep playing. Was that a 6-hour chapter? It was, including the ending. I guess it added like another 30 minutes onto it. So it's about 6 hours and 20 minutes, I guess. But yeah, that was the longest chapter yet. But it was okay. It was good from like the beginning until the very depressing Suzuha ending. That could be your true ending, if you want it to be. But yeah, they change it up a little bit, and that you have to like actively go into your phone and interact with people when that wasn't a thing before. And I think that's a pretty nasty gameplay design. But what are you gonna do about it? Go and fix a decade-year-old video game, 15-year-old video game? I don't know how old it is. So, I don't know. I'll just go find a guide, I guess, for the game now. Yeah, so at certain points, you're supposed to just, like, pull up your phone and do stuff, I guess, to influence the game outside of the text messages, too. Hold on. I found this a while back, and I can't really follow it very well. I'm gonna have to like look at it and see what the hell's going on. But there's a very large, long flow chart of everything that can happen in the game. So I'll just have to follow that to move on from this point, I guess. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Movie library. Anyways, I'm good. Thank you for being here. If you enjoyed the stream, consider subscribing. I also have a Patreon at dorb.gg/Patreon. I haven't updated the archive in a while, so I'm not going to tell you about it until I do. Other than that, I am done. I'll see you tomorrow, and I don't know what it's going to be. See you soon. I think you could have probably played that ending a little better. Like, just don't go on the bike ride every day. You know how much you could do with, like, unlimited resources that replenish every 2 days? You could have so much fun for a little bit. Just don't go on the fucking bike ride until you want to do horrible things to your friends. But Okabe is dumb as fuck, so what do you expect? Bro, you got enough time to like make your own time machine. You'll eventually figure it out, right? You could have a real one and just zip on out of that loop. But no, he wants to go for a bike ride every day. I guess eventually you might run out of brain space. So I don't know what's going to happen then, but I guess they'll just start overriding each other. So you'll be fine. You'll forget about all those old things anyways. I think he's gotten a lot better in this chapter. Like, significantly so. Until you hit this ending. But before that, I like his character a lot more. He's a lot more caring and considerate and real, I guess. But yeah, I wasn't expecting for me to have to put in the option for actually sending the D-mail. I figured it'd just pull up the phone like it always does, and I'll do it myself. I was like, I'll just sit here for the ride, and then it just automatically picks the worst thing. So I was like, I'll just ride it out, I guess. But it was okay. Next time, we have something better to look forward to. It is all uphill from here. Might be a little sad, but whatever. Moving on. Maybe. A lot of it doesn't look too bad, but you kind of have to like pay attention to like individual lines of dialogue to figure out where you're at. Like, okay, so I would have had to been in chapter 6, metaphysics necrosis. Like, I don't even know where most of these things popped up. There were a lot of things you could do. Call Mayuri, call Luca, call Daru, call Mayuri, call Kurisu. Do nothing, which is what I did. So I got my walk with Suzuha. I wonder if this was a thing before this point. I mean, it looks like before this, they were all just answering messages with a certain response. So it just kind of jumped out of nowhere, I guess. I don't want to skim too far down, but not reading any of the words, it looks like you're just selecting options again. There are a couple of call blank or... But it looks like it becomes more important after this point. So I'll try to keep an eye on it and see when these things happen. I can't promise I'll do a very good job, but I'll just make more frequent saves. Anyways, I am done. Thank you for participating in this 7-hour, 5-minute, and 49-second stream. Bye.